Today on the Blockchain Report, Bitcoin's under 118K, but DC's suddenly acting like it wants to pump our bags. The SEC's vowing to make America the crypto capital of the world despite moonlighting as crypto's top courtroom bully. The Treasury's plan to fix the $37 trillion in U.S. debt. Well, Bitcoin turning number go up into official fiscal policy. And Coinbase drops $2.9 billion on Deribit, basically buying the Vegas strip club or strip of crypto derivatives. All that and more right now. Let's go! Definitely not strip club. Good morning, my blockchain beauties, and welcome back to another episode of the Blockchain Report, your daily reminder that Bitcoin doesn't care about your feelings. I'm your host, Hank Hudson, broadcasting live from the Bay Area, where the rent will drain your soul, the parking meters run on extortion, and ordering avocado toast comes with a credit check. Thank the good Lord Satoshi, it's Friday, that magical day where you're physically at work, but you're mentally at a bar convincing yourself that $19 cocktails are an investment in your own happiness. Now, before we cannonball into today's steamy hot tub of crypto tomfoolery, let's keep it classy and hit that like button like it's the sell order you completely ignored at the top, and follow RoxomTV and yours truly at Hank at RoxomTV, because if I'm dragging myself out of bed at 4 a.m. every day for you guys, it's not so my mom can proudly tell her bridge club that I have a little YouTube channel, so hit those buttons. All right, we got a lot to cover today, but before we get into the madness, let's see if the markets are serving filet mignon or cold gas station sushi in this morning's market rundown. Let's hit it. All right, holy guacamole, let's see how things are looking this morning, and it's not great. Right now, Bitcoin is hovering just above 117K. We had all-time highs seemingly like 48 hours ago, but the good Lord of finance has other plans for us right now, as we have drawn all the way back down to about 117K. Ethereum also on the let's pull back bandwagon, now beneath $4,500 a coin. XRP sitting at about 305 a pop. Cardano, the one lone bright spot in the last day or so, they're sitting almost at 94 cents a piece. And Dogecoin doing what it does best, which is nothing, sitting at about 22 cents a pop. In the stock market, things are looking kind of more the same. The Dow Jones is currently just beneath the $45,000 mark. The NASDAQ Composite's down about 0.5% this morning. The S&P is currently chilling at about 6,400. All right, we got a lot to go over today, so we're going to take a quick break. When we're back, we have our first guest of the day, so stay tuned. More Blockchain Report right after this. All right, welcome back to the Blockchain Report. We are going to get started this morning with our special guest who is going to be joining us for today's bull run, and then we'll get into our deep dive with them in just a bit. Now, he is a man on a mission to make sure that your cloud isn't just someone else's computer in a warehouse in New Jersey. He's leading a team at Start9 that's building technology to take the internet out of the hands of big tech, big government, and anyone else who thinks user data means our property. His mission is simple but radical: eliminate the need for trusted third parties entirely, put the individual back in control, and make privacy and free speech non-negotiable parts of modern life. He's here to talk with us about sovereign computing, the fight for digital independence, and why the future of the internet belongs to the people who actually use it, not the corporations that mine it. So let's give a big blockchain report welcome to today's guest, Matt Hill. Matt, welcome to the show. Me and my audience here are super pumped to have you. How are you this morning? Thanks for joining us.
Fantastic intro. You really nailed it. I've been on a lot of these shows, and I think you summed up what we're doing philosophically pretty well. Great job.
Oh, well, I appreciate it. You're doing some great things out there, and we certainly are excited to learn more about that. And we're going to get into today's stories here in just a second, Matt. But before we do, I'm sure there's at least a couple people in our audience that aren't yet familiar with you and your work. So how would you go about introducing yourself to them and the work that you're currently doing at Start9?
As you mentioned, I and Start9 are on a mission to disintermediate computing infrastructure, namely to put individuals, families, small businesses back in absolute total control of their data and communications. We do that primarily by making a server operating system called StartOS that makes it easy for someone to own and operate a personal server, and then use that personal server for all their basic computing needs, from messaging to cloud data storage to running a Bitcoin node, all without needing to ask permission from anyone, all without their information or data being stored on or processed through a third-party server. And they can do it with impunity and total privacy and censorship resistance. And we think that this is how the internet should exist and how people should interact with computers.
I couldn't agree more. There's two things I love. It's freedom and privacy. So I think we are on the same page, my friends. So what's going to happen now is we're going to go over the top stories of the morning. I'm going to ask that you hang tight while we read them over. Then we're going to bring you back and chat about them. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Rock and roll. All right, first up, let's roll it, Victor.
We're focusing on what we can do to make the regulations of the SEC encompass the crypto assets and also make it so that people can have some clarity going forward.
Well, grab your popcorn, boys and girls, because the SEC is apparently putting on its big boy crypto pants in a rare moment of governmental unity. President Trump has told the SEC to make America the crypto capital of the world, which, let's be honest, is a way better campaign slogan than anything we've heard in the last decade. And for once, instead of just holding hearings, they say they're actually doing something. I know, wild concept, right? Let's take a peek at the video and see what the SEC chair, good old Paulie Atkins, had to say on Fox Business News this morning. Let's roll the clip.
So a couple of weeks ago, the administration issued the President's Working Group's report on digital assets in the United States, and there were clear directions to the SEC. We're part of the PWG, that President's Working Group, and clear recommendations for us to go forward and help make what the President has announced, his intention to make America the crypto capital of the world and have the world run on American technology. So we're mobilizing at the SEC all our different divisions and offices to focus on making that announcement become reality. So that's with our Corporation Finance Division, Investment Management, and others. We're focusing on what we can do to make the regulations of the SEC encompass the crypto assets and also make it so that people can have some clarity going forward. We're working with Congress, obviously the Genius Act was enacted here a few weeks ago with a big announcement at the White House by the president himself, and as he signed it. So that I thought was a very good step forward. And now there are other bills in Congress that are being considered, and when they return from their recess, I look forward to much more forward progress.
All right, thanks, Paul. Now, the first question you're probably asking is, why were all the words coming out of this man's mouth important? Well, first, the fact that the SEC is openly saying they're mobilizing across all divisions to make America the crypto capital of the world is a seismic narrative shift. For years, the agency has been the grumpy hall monitor of digital assets, handing out detentions left and right. Now they're talking about integrating crypto into the U.S. financial system with clarity and intent. Or in other words, we're finally moving from regulate by enforcement to regulate by blueprint. That's a big deal for businesses, investors, and anyone who doesn't want to hire 3 lawyers before sending a transaction. Secondly, the timing of all this matters, okay? The Genius Act has already passed, and more bills are in the pipeline. This isn't just lip service here, gang. It's legislation with real momentum. Once Congress is back from recess and done playing political dodgeball, we could see a wave of pro-crypto policy that creates the kind of regulatory certainty institutions need before committing some serious capital. And that's the kind of stability that could trigger a flood of investment. Something Bitcoin in particular has historically responded to like a kid to Halloween candy. Finally, this is about global positioning, okay? If the U.S. really wants to lead crypto, it has to beat out countries that have been sprinting ahead while we've been stuck in committee meetings. Clear rules, friendly policy, and SEC support could put America in pole position for attracting both blockchain innovation and capital inflows. So if the SEC really does what it says here, we might actually get the rarest thing in Washington: clear rules, less confusion, and a shot at making U.S. the place where crypto innovation doesn't have to hide in the shadows. But I think I'll believe it when I see it. All right, we're bringing Matt back. And Matt, the SEC says it's going to make America the crypto capital of the world. Is this a genuine change of heart or just the hall monitor trying to be cool at prom? What do you think?
Oh, boy. Fair warning and small disclaimer for your audience. I'm what most people would refer to as a cypherpunk. We, fundamentally believe that the best way to, affect large-scale political change is by writing code, in particular by writing code that enforces privacy, censorship, resistance, and individual rights, and not going through the traditional avenues of political infrastructure to achieve our ends. Now, that said, it would be silly to state that what happens in Washington doesn't matter, right? It is important. It affects the nature of the landscape and the nature of the battles that will follow. So it is of interest. It's not my top concern. I spend most of my time just writing code that makes the world do what I want it to do. But I would say that first and foremost, a statement by the SEC saying that they will make America the crypto capital of the world is also a bit silly. They literally have the ability to make nothing. The SEC doesn't make anything. The best thing that they can do, in my opinion, is as little as possible. Clarity is paramount, as you mentioned. I do think that regulatory clarity is really important, especially for regulated institutions as they approach this sector. But minimalism is ideal, right? The less, the better. The clearer, the better. When I hear a bunch of bills coming down through the pipeline and all the different departments, being whipped to action, that doesn't sound good to me, right? I don't like the various agencies of the federal government looking and getting interested in and active in the Bitcoin world. I want them to stay out, but I do want clarity, right? I do not want ambiguity around legality, for sure.
Yeah, and even as a cypherpunk who kind of rules by the code that you write, for something like Start9, Is it fair to say that friendlier regulation can actually make a difference with what you're doing, or is the whole point to be bulletproof no matter what the rule book says?
Yeah, I mean, the long-term goal is to throw the rule book out the window. Obviously, there are very practical considerations along the way, right? Like we don't want to end up in jail or dead, but we believe that technology affords leverage that is far beyond what any form of political leverage can afford. So, we think that if we invent the right technologies and that people adopt those technologies, that politics will follow, that regulation will follow reality, as opposed to leading with regulation. Again, there's different people fighting on different fronts, and I'm not against anyone who is trying to, fight the good fight within the political sphere. I just think that it is far less efficacious because it is far less leverage than what Satoshi did, for example. Satoshi didn't go and, try to get a bill passed and ask the SEC if he could invent some new money. It was just did it in an open source, brilliant way, and just unleashed it upon the world. And I guarantee you that if Satoshi's identity were known, he would not be a free man today. So, following in the footsteps of greatness, much better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. But even better than that is to just do something that warrants neither. Just fundamentally change things.
Yeah, well put. And I think you just coined my new T-shirt, "Make regulation follow reality." I think that's the T-shirt we can market to cypherpunks everywhere. So I love it. Sure. All right, take a break there. We're going to go to the next story and then go on with our next question. So you sit tight there, Matt. All right, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has decided to clear up the confusion on America's Bitcoin strategy. Apparently, the Trump administration is going all in on building a strategic Bitcoin reserve, the kind of thing that sounds like a Cold War bunker for sats. Bessent says the plan is to use between $15 billion and $20 billion worth of Bitcoin already forfeited to the federal government. So yeah, Bitcoin confiscated from various don't worry about where it came from situations is now national monetary policy. Now this comes after Bessent went on Fox Business earlier in the day and said the U.S. wouldn't be buying any Bitcoin. Now he's clarifying. It's not about spending new taxpayer dollars. It's about budget-neutral options to pile up more Bitcoin and fulfill the president's promise to make the United States the Bitcoin superpower of the world, which is a nice step up from the world's biggest holder of IOUs. Senator saying, hey, there she is, saying she has the perfect solution, her Bitcoin Act. But she also warned you don't solve a $37 trillion debt crisis by just buying Bitcoin outright. Instead, she suggests revaluing America's gold reserves to current market prices, then taking the surplus and using it to beef up the Bitcoin reserve. It's the kind of fiscal judo move where you end up holding more gold and more Bitcoin without asking Congress for another $1 trillion. The bigger picture here, though, is nation states are now openly competing for Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation. Institutional buyers already kicked off a supply squeeze with corporate treasuries and spot ETFs. If the U.S. starts strategically stacking sats, that squeeze could become a chokehold. And in Bitcoin chokeholds, they tend to make number go up. All right, we're bringing Matt back. Matt, the U.S. says it's going to build a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Is this a power move or just a PR stunt that makes them sound cooler than they actually are?
Oh, God, I have no idea. When the Treasury Secretary says two contradictory statements in the same day, it's very clear that there is no concrete policy and that they're flying by the seat of their pants here, and that there's jockeying interests at play, right? This tells me that there are donors, there are influencers within the political sphere and the business spheres that want different things for different reasons, and they're all just trying to jockey for control here. So we'll see kind of who ends up winning this battle. We probably don't even know all the players here. There are definitely people who want the continued supremacy of the dollar as the global reserve currency and America's mechanism of kind of international debt slavery. And I would argue that is the majority opinion at the federal level. And so anything to the contrary, anything that they say to the contrary, I take with a degree of suspicion. I view most of their jockeying around Bitcoin as as a degree of covert warfare. So the United States is considering, a strategic Bitcoin reserve beyond what they have just stolen from individuals and kept for themselves, meaning they are attempting to use taxpayer funds to buy Bitcoin. I would consider that equally atrocious in terms of morality, right? Stealing money from a population to buy durable, tangible assets for the state, I consider to just be fundamentally immoral. However, it could expedite the decline of the dollar, right? If they were stupid enough, in my opinion, to adopt Bitcoin as, a treasury asset and hold it, it would further undermine the dollar. It'd be good for us. So it'd be good for number go up, right? If you're interested in Bitcoin price going up, a United States strategic reserve is a good thing. If you're interested in Bitcoin becoming the global reserve currency, it could also be a good thing. But if you are the United States government yourself looking for the continuation of dollar supremacy, I just don't see it happening. I can't see why they would do this.
Yeah, from a sovereignty standpoint, then I guess you're not a big fan of the United States going on and accumulating it. Because I was going to ask, does it matter if you're holding it, if I'm holding it, if Uncle Sam is holding Bitcoin, or is somebody's holding it good enough? But it kind of sounds like you'd prefer it to stay out of the hands of the government.
Well, there is no right. The government is the people in theory, right? And so,
Sure.
but the people can't hold the Bitcoin. Right? Whoever holds the Bitcoin owns the Bitcoin, right? Even if you have Bitcoin and it's sitting on Coinbase, it's not your Bitcoin. It's Coinbase's Bitcoin. Like Strategy, for instance, from a paper standpoint might, quote, own some Bitcoin, but they don't actually own it because it's being held by a custodian and therefore can go missing. I mean, Coinbase is holding the vast majority of, we're going to talk about Coinbase in a little bit, I think. So I'll hold off on any Coinbase rant here, but, I'm fundamentally against expropriation of wealth by nation states of their people, aka taxation. So, it's like, am I against the United States government buying Bitcoin? My immediate question is, with whose money, right? I mean, are they going to print dollars to buy Bitcoin? Because that is an attack against, the lower middle class of the entire country. It's going to cause massive inflation. Now, sure, those people have the same opportunity as everyone else to hedge against that inflation, to buy Bitcoin, but are they going to? No, they're going to be the last ones to the party. And so I think the United States printing trillions of dollars to buy Bitcoin would be a massacre of a major portion of the country. And I'm not really for that, right? I don't care. There are definitely worse things the government could do with printed money, right? They could use it to build bombs and kill a bunch of people, which they do. But even more so, or to a lesser degree, I'm against them using our money to buy wealth for themselves, right? It's not their money.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. It's we can't have Nancy Pelosi getting any richer than she already is, given all the insider info she seems to take advantage of on the right. It's amazing. She gets like 180 grand a year. She's worth God knows how much. Not good.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, we're going to talk about Coinbase here. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm done.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right, we're going to talk about Coinbase. We'll be right back with you in a sec, Matt. As Coinbase has officially closed its $2.9 billion acquisition of Deribit, that's $700 million in cash and 11 million Coinbase Class A shares, or as Wall Street calls it, the kind of flex that gets you invited to all the good yacht parties. Now, with the deal done, Coinbase is now the world's largest platform for crypto derivatives by open interest and options volume, which basically means they just bought the biggest high-stakes poker room in crypto, except instead of cards, everyone's betting Bitcoin, Ethereum, and whatever altcoin happens to be the flavor of the month. Deribit isn't some niche shop either. They are the undisputed champ of crypto options, moving $1.185 trillion worth in 2024 alone, nearly double their 2023 volume. And they don't just deal in boring contracts. We're talking inverse Bitcoin and Ethereum options, USDC settled contracts, perpetuals on major altcoins, volatility futures, tokenized gold. Pretty much every way to make or lose your shirt without physically touching an actual coin. July 20 of 25 was their best month ever, 185 billion in volume, 59 billion in open interest, which is basically a giant welcome banner for institutional money. Now, all of that liquidity and global reach is living under Coinbase's roof. The acquisition also plugs Coinbase straight into the offshore derivatives market, a place where trading volume regularly crushes spot markets and where the rules are more guidelines than actual laws. Deribit even stated letting traders post tokenized U.S. Treasuries as collateral, including BlackRock's Butyl Fund, which so they can earn yield while still swinging for the fences. Founders John and Marius Jansen are exiting stage left, but the core systems and services are staying put. So for Bitcoin traders, the biggest, deepest options market in the game just got the Coinbase turbo boost. And if Bitcoin keeps heating up, this derivatives empire could make number go up happen a lot faster. We're bringing Matt back. Matt, Coinbase just bought the world's biggest crypto derivative shop. Is this good for Bitcoin's grown-up image or just more Vegas energy being put into the markets? What do you think?
It's probably both. I mean, it's definitely going to legitimize Bitcoin and crypto trading in the Wall Street circles even more than it has been. Derivatives are just a massive, massive market. I'll share a little backstory and anecdote, actually. I have some decent insight here. Back in 2017, it wasn't quite then, I joined the company in 2017, but back by 2019, I was the CTO at Salt Lending, which is a Bitcoin and crypto-backed lending platform, and they're still around today. And I was preparing to leave that company due to some ideological differences with the CEO. And in that process, Coinbase tried to acqui-hire me and the rest of the engineering team from Salt to go build a crypto-backed lending platform at Coinbase. Coinbase wanted to throw their hat into the lending ring. They wanted to do, loans collateralized by crypto, and they wanted us to come over there and build it just as we had for Salt. And we declined because we didn't want to work for Coinbase, right? We were more of a startup team and wanted to do our own thing. And so we considered for a few weeks actually building a Bitcoin derivatives exchange. That was our first idea after leaving Salt, right? When I left Salt, I took the core engineering team with me, and we were looking for what we were going to do next. And our first idea was a derivatives exchange. So we definitely saw immense value in the venture. And, had we pursued that, we'd probably be stinking rich today. But ultimately, we decided against it because of the fact that we would have basically had as many, lawyers and SEC regulators in our office as engineers. And that was so distasteful to us that we just thought we would kill ourselves. So we actually, didn't pursue Bitcoin derivatives as a business model simply because it was just insanely boring TradFi BS, regulatory driven, and we, didn't suit our worldview and what we would want to do and be proud of with our lives. So we ended up doing Start9, which is radically, the total other end of the spectrum of starting a Bitcoin derivatives company. But, just to show we were being thoughtful and putting all options on the table. So anyway, that's just a little bit of a backstory. We've thought about this a lot. I do think there's a massive market for options and futures around Bitcoin and the entire crypto industry. Obviously, that it's going to grow to trillions and trillions of dollars of market capitalization in the coming years. There's a lot of money to be made, both on the ups and the downs. There's going to be a ton of manipulation. It's going to be all rigged and everything else, right? It's basically taking, Bitcoin, the open source, permissionless, global money, and building Wall Street on top of it. And, it's fine. I'm not you can't stop something like that. Again, probably very good for number go up technology. Not something that particularly interests me. Coinbase is very boring to me. I see them as a exchange and bank that bought another exchange and bank, and that's no different than Chase buying BMO, right? Like, I just view that as old world doing old world stuff. Coinbase is old world.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I got to say, a lot of respect for you still, choosing to follow your compass, even knowing this could probably be a pretty profitable endeavor for me and my people, but knowing that just doesn't align with your vision and your values, and choosing to go your own path, and specifically starting Start9. So we're going to talk about that in a sec, but we're going to run the stinger and get into our deep dive here and learn more about you and all the things you're building. So Victor, if we could run that, please, let's do it. All right, we're back here with Matt from Start 9. Matt, I want to start kind of at the beginning here, your origin story, before Start 9, before sovereign computing. Where did this all begin? What first got you interested in technology and personal freedom?
I've always been interested in technology, and I've always been interested in freedom. I was a very obstinate child. I always had a problem with authority. Not for its own sake, just because I wanted to understand, right? If someone said, do A, or A is correct, I would say, why? And explain it to me, right? Like, I just didn't like taking things on faith. I wanted to understand things. And if someone could convince me of something, then I would be convinced. And if somebody, if I had determined that somebody was worthy of my followership, if they were, good and honest and productive, and I had something to learn from them, then I was the best follower they could ask for, right? I loved having various mentors over the years. So I'm not against authority for its own sake. I'm just against the sort of faith in authority, where, anyone who has the right credentials can say what's the truth or what to do, and everyone just listens, right? So I'm fundamentally against that. Now, technology always just been an interest, but it wasn't until I started getting really political that the two began to click, right? So Ron Paul was my real introduction to politics. Prior to that, I had a very basic level of political understanding and history, and it was kind of like red, blue, and then I learned about libertarianism, libertarian philosophy, through Ron Paul and through Ayn Rand, and became convinced that some more fundamental change was necessary if we were going to build a truly kind of free and prosperous future for posterity. And I tried to do that, as many people would, through the political apparatus, just as Ron Paul did, right? So I was campaigning for Ron Paul in 2012. And I was very hopeful and optimistic about that campaign. I mean, he was packing college stadiums full of very, very smart, very enthusiastic young people chanting "End the Fed." And in my mind, I saw this as a viable path, right? I thought that Ron Paul was really going to make a difference. I thought he even had an outside chance of being elected president when he switched to the Republican Party and ran under that ticket. And I severely underestimated the degree of power wielded by the incumbents. And I watched what they did to Ron Paul. I watched how they shut down arguably the most powerful freedom movement in modern history. And they shut it down really with like the flick of a pen. It was very easy for them to shut Ron Paul down. Basically, they did so by not saying his name in any mainstream media outlet. And when they did say his name, they made sure to laugh. So if and only if they ever mentioned him, it was in a joking manner. They never took him seriously. But that actually tells me they were taking him very seriously and that this was actually a tactic. But it worked really, really well. Most of America didn't even know that it was happening. And those that did know that it was happening were either laughing at it or being like, oh, that's nice, but he doesn't really have a chance. And I said, wow, how do you beat something like that? Like, how do you overcome something so powerful that it control the narrative with minimal effort? And I, at the same time, or not exactly at the same time, but a couple years later, learned about Bitcoin. And I, once I kind of got it, I said, oh, there is the underbelly of the beast, right? There is its weakness is you don't need to come at it through the political apparatus. You chop it off at the knees. You undermine its source of power, right? What is the way in which all those media outlets were funded, right? Well, how is propaganda even possible? And it's all comes down to the money printer, right? The ability of governments to create money from nothing is their ultimate source of power, and Bitcoin is its ultimate antidote, the ultimate defense against that attack on the people. And so I became obsessed and devoted to doing everything that I could to making Bitcoin succeed. Bitcoin as Bitcoin, by the way, not what Bitcoin is starting to become in certain circles, which is this custodied, intermediated paper Bitcoin situation. I want Bitcoin to be like gold, except, transferable over the wire instantaneously around the world, but basically not a state issued asset or state controlled asset. I want Bitcoin to be open, permissionless, global distributed money as it was designed to be. And so I am on a mission to help make that happen in any way that I can. And in 2019, when we left SALT and we're thinking about what we wanted to do next, part of that discussion revolved around what could we do to help Bitcoin succeed. And for those who do not understand this layer of Bitcoin, what gives Bitcoin its decentralization at the core, right? There are lots of contributing factors to Bitcoin's decentralization, but the fundamental one is node operatorship. It's people running Bitcoin nodes and using them to verify and conduct financial activity. And at the time and today, there are very few people around the world running Bitcoin nodes, right? It's just not an insanely popular thing by comparative standards, right? There's a few dozen thousand people running Bitcoin nodes, and that's it. But there's billions of people in the world, so it's a minuscule number. And if we want Bitcoin to remain decentralized, we need more people running nodes, more people using those nodes. And so we asked ourselves, what is preventing people from running a Bitcoin node? And one of the main reasons that people were not running a Bitcoin node, aside from just ignorance of the matter altogether, was its difficulty. It was not particularly easy to run a Bitcoin node. It required a degree of technical acumen, namely the ability to download, compile, and run a piece of open source software on a machine, to be able to configure it and maintain its uptime over time. And while that is pretty easy for somebody who has even basic computer and command line skills, it is basically impossible for someone who does not, right? It's unthinkable, regardless of how easy some IT people think it is. Most people would just never do it. So we set out to offer a product, to build and sell a product that would enable a normal person to, in a few clicks, have a Bitcoin node and to be able to use that Bitcoin node for all their financial activity, and thereby increasing Bitcoin's decentralization and its survivability. Once we realized that that's what we wanted to do, we also quickly realized that if we could do that for Bitcoin, if we could make it easy for somebody to download, configure, own, operate, and maintain a Bitcoin node over time on a server, that we would essentially be solving a broader problem in computer technology, which is the ability to run a server at all and to run any variety of self-hosted open source software on it. So, to give a quick example, rather than just solving the problem so that people could run a Bitcoin node, we solved the problem in a more general sense so that people could use a server to run a Bitcoin node, to run a Lightning node, to run a file server, to run a messaging server, to host their blog, to host their website, to host their e-commerce site. All of these things fundamentally required the same skill set. And we attempted to abstract that skill set into an operating system, a point-and-click graphical operating system that would make it easy for anyone with basic computer skills. And I don't mean command line skills. I just mean the ability to navigate a Windows desktop or a Mac desktop or an iOS or Android phone. Anyone with the ability to administer basic computers would also be able to administer a server, which is a kind of computer that most people have, if they've heard of it, it's always some vague thing that lives somewhere else. Most people have never actually considered running a personal server in their homes for their own purposes. And one of the main reasons for that is because it was very difficult to do. So in solving the Bitcoin node problem, we were also inherently solving the personal server problem, making it easy for people to own and operate personal servers for any purpose. And once we realized that that's the problem that we were solving, We got very, very excited because if we do solve that problem, not just us, right, but the whole open source world, if we and others make it easy for individuals, families, and small businesses to own and operate a personal server and to use it, to really use it, it would fundamentally restructure the human-computer relationship on Earth, which in turn would fundamentally restructure the political infrastructure to accommodate, right? Most of the regulatory, military and law enforcement apparatuses that exist within the digital sphere assume a central party. They assume a central trusted party. For example, if a company or a government wants to censor you or invade your privacy, they can go to one company and just ask for the information. They can say, tell me everything about this person, or give me, access to this person's camera, for example. And that all assumes that you, the person using the computer or using the camera, is using it through this third party. And therefore the third party is now a security vulnerability for you. And if you run your own server, you have eliminated that vulnerability, right? Somebody would have to physically show up to your house and serve a warrant to get the data that's on your computer, on your server, or the video footage that was collected by your camera, which is more traditional, right? Like that's how warrants used to work in the past, is like if you had something, documents or otherwise, and law enforcement wanted it or a company wanted it, they had to come ask you for it or pay you for it or get a warrant from a judge to obtain it. But once we started shoving everything onto third-party servers, that is no longer necessary. Right? The third-party doctrine introduced by the Patriot Act undermines the Fourth Amendment and says that any piece of data, anything, any conversation, any photograph, any file, anything that you place willingly onto a third-party server, which is pretty much everything you do on a computer, is not subject to Fourth Amendment rights to illegal search and seizure. The government does not need a warrant to get every email, file, and photo you have ever taken from Google. They can just walk into Google and ask for it, and Google will hand it over and not tell you about it. That is the truth. So we're out to fundamentally change that because we think it's undignified, right? It's also extremely dangerous, but it's just undignified. It makes no sense. Anyway, so bit of a tangent there, but there's a high-level introduction.
Yeah, no, and we're totally here for it. I want to kind of rein it back, though, in terms of like Bitcoin. So we have obviously a very Bitcoin-friendly audience here. What role does Start9 play in making Bitcoin use like truly sovereign instead of sort of sovereign until you end up logging into Coinbase? Can you go into that a little bit more for us? Just maybe in terms my Meemaw could understand.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are two really important mantras in Bitcoin if you want to, quote, do it right, okay? One is not your keys, not your coins, right? Which means hold your own Bitcoin, okay? If you buy Bitcoin and place it with a custodian, like you buy it on Coinbase and you leave it on Coinbase, Coinbase has the keys to those Bitcoin. You do not. You have to then ask them for permission to withdraw it, to spend it, to sell it. And there's an enormous risk introduced, which is that Coinbase could lose it, okay? And servers, which is where, all of this information lives, are vulnerable. It doesn't matter how many layers of security and how big your cybersecurity team is. Any server that is storing billions and eventually trillions of dollars of wealth is going to get attacked. And it's only a matter of time before the people with the keys to those servers get compromised in one way or another, right? Blackmail, bribery, threats, you name it. The people with the keys will eventually be identified and compromised, and the Bitcoin will go missing. I consider it inevitable that any exchange holding a significant amount of Bitcoin will be hacked. It is inevitable. And so it's very, very insecure to leave your Bitcoin with third parties. And that's number one. And we don't do anything about that. Start9 is not in any way involved in holding your own keys. Those are hardware wallets, right? Those are various forms of self-custody that I would highly recommend everyone interested in Bitcoin research. And they've come a long way. That's a very mature industry. The second key component of being a, quote, true Bitcoiner, doing it right, is running a node. Bitcoin is a network of nodes. It is a peer-to-peer network of connected servers, all running software that conform to the same protocol, the consensus rules of the Bitcoin network. And Bitcoin is what it is. All the value, all the trillions of dollars of value, all the derivatives, the whole reason the US government and everyone else is interested in Bitcoin stems from this root idea that Bitcoin is fundamentally different than a database. It is fundamentally different than anything we have ever seen. And the nature of that fundamental difference is twofold. One is the distributed nature of the peer-to-peer network. And number two is the proof of work mining algorithm and infrastructure. Okay, those are the two things, if I had to cherry pick, that make Bitcoin Bitcoin. And so running a node and also doing some home mining, sure, you know, like home mining is a thing. People buy little miners, and you're not going to like make a recurring income on it. Those days are long past, but you could absolutely play the lottery, right? Potentially hit a solo block and have a $300,000, $400,000 payday. Totally KYC, by the way, if you're doing it right into your own node. But that's, you know, kind of less. Running your own node is, in my opinion, almost just as important, not quite, but almost as important as holding your own keys, in that it makes you a sovereign participant of the Bitcoin network. If you are not running your own node, you are using someone else's node. There is no way to use Bitcoin, no way to receive a transaction or send a transaction, to use Bitcoin without using a node. So if you are not using your node, you are using someone else's node. And if you are using someone else's node, you are relinquishing a degree of control, a degree of sovereignty, namely privacy and security. Those are the two things that you are giving up when you use somebody else's node. For example, if you download a Bitcoin wallet onto your phone, open it up, and receive money, and that's all you did. You downloaded it, you opened it up, you popped a QR code, somebody sent you some Bitcoin. When you do that, by default, the wallet on the phone is remotely connecting to a node that is owned and operated by the same people who built the wallet. So when someone sends you money, sends you Bitcoin, it goes through that node and arrives at your phone, which means the wallet developers, the people who built the wallet, know you got that money. They know who sent it to you potentially, they know who you are, and they know how much Bitcoin you have. You have fundamentally relinquished a degree of privacy over your financial life when you download a wallet and just use it. If, however, you download that wallet, you go into the settings menu and you swap out the node. You say, I don't want to use your built-in node that's going through your server. I want to use my own node. And you go into the settings menu and you put in the address to your node. This assumes that you're running a node, right? That was kind of the prerequisite to this whole anecdote. You are already running a node, and we make that easy. That's what we do. If you want to run a node, you come to us. We have free and open source software. You don't need to pay us a dime. You can just download our software, flash it onto an existing laptop or mini PC that you own, and you will be up and running a Bitcoin node in 10 minutes or less. Okay? It's very easy. Wow. Many people have been doing it for over 6 years now. We've been in the market. If you don't have an old PC or feel comfortable downloading our free software and flashing it to the computer, you can buy a computer from us, right? It's totally opt-in, totally private. There's no account with us. We just send you the computer with everything, with the operating system pre-installed. You plug it in, push a button, and you're running a Bitcoin node. Now you go download that wallet to your phone. You go into the settings menu. You put in the address of your node. And now you can transact. Someone can send you Bitcoin, you can send them Bitcoin, and there's no third party, no intermediary, nobody on earth knows that you have received Bitcoin or are sending Bitcoin. It is 100% provably private, and you're doing your own validation. You and you alone are your own oracle. You are validating the transactions that you receive. You are not trusting your wallet provider to tell you the truth because they don't have to, right? If you're using a wallet that you downloaded and just started using, right? You download the wallet and you receive money. You don't actually know. You cannot actually prove in that moment that you received that money. The wallet provider could absolutely have faked it, and you would have no way of knowing unless you did additional research and cross-referenced it with other nodes and block explorers. The surefire way to know that you have received money on the thing that you call Bitcoin is to run your own node and connect your wallet to it. And it's very easy to do, and it's very, very important. And if everyone does it, Bitcoin survives. The essence of Bitcoin survivability above all else is node operatorship, people owning and using their nodes. And we make that easy. That's what we do.
Amazing. Well, I certainly appreciate that breakdown. I know you got a hard out, so we're going to let you go here in a second. But before we do, I'm sure there's plenty of people in our audience that are like, I want to be a sovereign participant in the Bitcoin network and run my own node. What is the best place for them to go to so that they can check out all the things you're doing and then, potentially run their own node like you talked about?
Well, you're showing it on the screen right there. Best place to start is start9.com. I would recommend to anyone considering this to actually look at the reviews that we highlight at the top of the page. When people leave us reviews, they tend to be full pagers and they tend to be raving, and that's not for no reason. It's because most people are shocked when they learn that it's not BS, that they can do this, that they use our software or our hardware products, and within a few minutes time are up and running their own node. Our team is fantastic on the support front. If at any time you feel like you're in over your head or you don't understand something or something isn't working, we have people online 18 hours a day. Our average response time to any and all customer inquiries across all platforms is under 3 minutes for the last 5 years. Wow. You will get a technical, caring human on the line with you in under 3 minutes to help you with your issue. The good news is most people don't have issues. It's that easy. Most people just buy it, download it, run it, use it, and then rave about it. And so check out the reviews and then go to the store if you are interested in buying a device from us. If you already have a mini PC or laptop that has sufficient computing power, go ahead and just download our software for free and spin it up. You can also just buy support from us, right? Like if you do install StartOS on your own computer, you can just buy a lifetime membership to our support channel, which is shockingly cheap for lifetime support for immediate access to a technical expert, $300 for life. It's not going to stay like that forever, by the way. We're not going to be able to afford that at a certain point. It's going to be a lot more expensive. Yeah. You can do that as well. So we are, in essence, a services company. Yes, we sell hardware, but we make open source software that is totally free. And so the only way that we can sustain our business model and really matter into the future is just by being awesome, by providing great customer support and having integrity in everything that we do. And that's what we do.
That's amazing. And Matt, I got to say thank you so much for your time today. You have such an interesting and informed point of view, and I'm sure our audience agrees. Do you have an X account that you can share with us so that our audience can check out more of your takes? Because I know I'm not the only one out there that would love to learn more about your view of the world. What would be the best place that they could go to follow you? For sure. So the Start9 Labs account is at Start9 Labs, and my personal account is _Matt Hill _ There's a great video a talk that I gave at the Denver Bit Devs meetup a couple of years ago that really digs into why you would want to run your own node, and it provides a good overview of the whole landscape pinned at the top of my feed. So check out that video. It's a great starting point. And yeah, we're always happy to welcome more node operators and quote unquote true Bitcoiners to the world. Amazing. Well, we certainly appreciate all the efforts that you and your team are putting into towards self-sovereignty for everyone in the future and the Bitcoin network. And next time you have any kind of new product releases or anything, we'd love to have you back on to chat about it. I feel like we could talk with you all day and learn about your informed, more about your informed points of view. So thank you so much for your time today, Matt, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Yeah, I appreciate the platform, and sorry if I threw a wrench into some of the newscasts. I don't want to be like some like, antagonistic, bitter guy. Like, cool, the great things are happening in the Bitcoin world, but I do think it's important that every once in a while people take a step back and think what this is all about, right? Ultimately, this is all about the freedom of our great grandchildren, and that's how long it's going to take. It's nice to have the number go up right now. It's nice to see, people, even powerful people, realizing the potential and importance of Bitcoin, but eye on the prize, eye on the ball. This is about freedom, and it's really important in my mind that we don't sell freedom for the sake of, short-term riches. That would be very sad. So anyway, thank you for hearing me out, and thanks for having me on.
Oh, we appreciate you and your time, Matt, and thanks for fighting for our freedom, brother. We certainly appreciate it, and I hope you have a great weekend. Cheers.
You too. See ya.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we're back, more Blockchain Report underway, so stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
right, and we're back with more of this morning's Bull Run. A quick thank you again to Matt Hill and his team over at Start 9 for all they're doing to protect our freedom and sovereignty out there. So make sure you go check him out. Really appreciated his time and viewpoints this morning. Back to the news, though. Now, in what seems like an eternity ago, back on July 14th of this year, Bitcoin hit 122,600, punched a $2.4 trillion market cap into the scoreboard, and yeeted Amazon down to 6th place. That's right, Jeff Bezos can go back to selling air fryers and Prime subscriptions because Bitcoin is officially a bigger deal than 2-day shipping. It wasn't gradual. It was a week-long vertical launch, up nearly 13%, thanks to spot Bitcoin ETF inflows so big they make hedge fund managers everywhere blush. On July 10th and 11th alone, ETFs vacuumed up $1.17 billion and $1.03 billion, the first billion-dollar back-to-back intake since launch back in January of last year. BlackRock's IBIT now holds $80 billion in Bitcoin, proving that Wall Street's one weakness is anything with a ticker symbol. Now, Washington's Crypto Week, which is a blatant ripoff of the much cooler Shark Week, well, that also helped. Congress rolled out the Clarity Act, the Genius Act, and the Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act in what can only be described as a legislative group hug for Bitcoin. Years of "we'll get back to you" from regulators turned into "please come in, here's your name badge." Meanwhile, Trump's administration is waving the crypto-friendly flag, the dollar's looking like it's on Ozempic, and everyone's hunting for an alternative to monopoly money with a central bank logo. From 10 cents in 2010 to $122,000 now, that's a 1.2 million% gain. Scarcity is the name of the game. 21 million coins, no printing press, no emergency stimulus here. Now 265 plus companies hold 4% of all Bitcoin. ETFs have 6.6%, and the rest of us are left fighting over the crumbs. The next targets, well, Apple at 142K a coin, Microsoft, which would be at Bitcoin being 167K, Standard Chartered says 135K per BTC is very likely by Q3 and 200K by year's end. Anthony Scaramucci says 180 to 200K per Bitcoin are very likely price targets by the end of the year. Either way, the road ahead looks more like a ski jump than a chart. Now, why does this all matter? Well, because Bitcoin's not the weirdo in the basement anymore. It's at the grown-ups table, sitting between gold and Google, sipping ETF inflows like a fine wine. Apple and Microsoft, consider this your warning. The orange coin is coming for your lunch. In other news, institutional demand for Bitcoin is seemingly going vertical. Supply, well, not so much. Christoph Desirens, the chief wealth officer at Swissborg, says giants like Strategy or Marathon Holdings might eventually have to play market maker and cough up some liquidity. The problem here is actually pretty simple. Bitcoin's entire mystique is built on scarcity. But now both retail and institutional buyers want it, and the amount sitting on exchanges keeps dropping. For over a year, exchange balances have been shrinking. Even OTC desks, the place where big buyers go when they don't want to nuke the market, may be running dry. Desirens says that institutional demand is outpacing new mining supply by a factor of 10. 10! That's one of the most lopsided trades in the entire market. And ETFs have only made it worse. Since their launch in 2024, financial advisors have had a clean, regulated way to plug retail money into Bitcoin. About 75% of Bitcoin ETF buyers are retail investors. So when institutions show up, they're not just fighting each other, they're fighting millions of FOMO-fueled retail buyers. That's the banana zone, the part of the market where supply is fixed, demand is insane, and prices go parabolic until someone just passes out. In that environment, Strategy could pivot from hodler forever to strategic reseller. They've got roughly 3% of all Bitcoin ever to exist, bought with $7.2 billion in convertible debt since 2020 at an average price of about 71 grand per coin, and selling some to institutions could open new revenue streams. But it could also spook investors, hit the share price, and jolt the entire Bitcoin market. If Saylor decides to keep the vault locked, big institutional miners like Marathon Digital and Iris Energy could step in. They've got the reserves and the production capacity to drip feed Bitcoin back into the market. But here's the decentralization dilemma. If most available Bitcoin comes from a handful of corporations and miners, the perception shifts. Bitcoin's protocol stays decentralized, but the optics start to look like it's run by a couple of billionaires with warehouses instead of a global distributed network. And that kind of perception is the kind of thing that can change faster than a Michael Saylor tweet. And Bitcoin holding company Nakamoto and Utah-based Kindly MD have officially merged because nothing says true love like a joint commitment to hoard Bitcoin until the heat death of the universe. The new company is keeping the Kindly MD name but ditching the warm, fuzzy healthcare vibe in favor of a corporate treasury strategy that basically boils down to acquire as much Bitcoin as humanly possible, then brag about how much Bitcoin you own per share. Just love that for them. They're calling that metric the Bitcoin yield, which sounds friendlier than we're stacking faster than you. The plan is to grow that number through every form of capital raising Wall Street has ever invented. We're talking equity raises, debt offerings, and anything else the SEC hasn't explicitly outlawed this week. At the helm is BTC Inc. co-founder David Bailey, who's been in Bitcoin for 13 years and still believes it will become the most valuable asset in human history, which means he's now CEO of a company with one job, be Michael Saylor, but from Utah. There he is. They've already pulled in $540 million from a PIPE, that's a private placement in public equity for those of you playing corporate finance bingo at home. Tomorrow, they expect to close a $200 million convertible note offering. Back in June, they said they'd raise $763 million in total, pending merger approval, of course. And now that the paperwork's done, the Bitcoin shopping spree is officially on. They're not shy about copying the Saylor playbook. Debt, equity, Bitcoin, repeat. Hey, Michael. A strategy already used by fellow maximalist firms like Metaplanet and Semler Scientific. And they're doing it while Bitcoin's trading at record highs. On Wednesday, Bitcoin briefly topped 124K before pulling back because nothing makes you feel that good. Nothing that makes you feel that good lasts forever. Ooh, that hit close to home. Institutional demand is pumping, and the September Fed rate cut whispers aren't exactly hurting either. So if you thought the corporate Bitcoin arms race had cooled off, Kindly MD just showed up in a tank holding $740 million in ammo ready to blow the roof off the all-time high chart. And a new study from the Satoshi Action Education says that there's a 75% chance Bitcoin will be worth more than, can we get a drum roll really quick, guys? Do we have that? Drum roll, please. It'll be worth more than $4.81 million by April of 2036. Yes, $4.81 million. That's very deserving of that. Thank you, Flav. Now, this is led by economist Murray A. Rudd. The research uses an updated probability model that factors in Bitcoin's supply cap, the feeding frenzy from institutions, and the shrinking pool of coins actually available to buy. In the base case here, the 75% exceedance price lands at $4.81 million. That's 25% exceedance brand. That would be $10.22 million. The 95% upper bound, anywhere from $11.89 million to $14.76 million per Bitcoin. And in the most extreme 1% of simulations, the ones where supply gets absolutely wrecked, prices approach $50 million per Bitcoin. Now, median projections come somewhere in between 6.55 million and 6.96 million. You heard that right. The middle of the road scenario is basically multi-millionaire if you own a single Bitcoin. The model starts with the 21 million hard cap and an estimated liquid float of about 3 million BTC. Over the next decade, long-term storage, corporate collateral, DeFi, and Layer 2 networks are all expected to choke off more of the supply. By April of 2036, the baseline keeps liquid supply between 6.5 and 6.96 million Bitcoin, which helps moderate the truly insane projections. But stress test scenarios show what happens if exchange withdrawals keep accelerating. If liquid supply drops below 2 million BTC and buyers don't slow down, prices can absolutely skyrocket. In the worst 1% of depletion paths, supply falls under 2 million Bitcoin by January of 2026 and under 1 million Bitcoin by December of 2027. This updated model is way more bullish than one published in January, thanks to sharper post-2026 supply-demand imbalances and structural bottlenecks that make coins harder to come by. It even accounts for how institutions buy, easing off during rallies, then scooping up more when the price stabilizes. The study warns that investors will need to watch liquidity risk closely because there's a fine line between healthy scarcity and, oh no, we've broken the market. That second one could cause extreme volatility, which is great for headlines, less so though for blood pressure. Now, for long-term investors, the steep right tail on the price distribution makes the case for portfolio strategies that plan for asymmetric upside while respecting liquidity constraints. Policymakers may also have to think about custody and concentration and cross-border capital flows, especially as corporate treasuries, sovereign reserves, and tokenization projects start adding more pressure to the already tiny pool of available coins. The framework mixes big picture adoption curves with short-term liquidity shocks, using Monte Carlo simulations and Epstein-Zinn utility to build a more complete view than simple projection models. And all this comes as Bitcoin just hit a fresh all-time high above 124K just yesterday, up nearly 8% in a week, with analysts pointing to a wall of bullish on-chain signals that say the rally may still have plenty of gas left in the tank. Whew, a lot of talky for me. We're going to take a quick break so I can shut up for a couple. But when we're back, we have AIAIO. Let's see what our robot overlords are up to next, including a story where it turns out that most of your coworkers actually would rather work with robots than you. Ooh, that one stinks. All that and more on the Blockchain Report when we're back. Stay tuned.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the center of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're traveling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
All right, welcome back to the Blockchain Report. We're going to take a little peek at the Roxom X page and what I'm going to call kind of breaking news. We actually broke this about 9 hours ago, but we haven't had the opportunity to talk about it yet, is that Wells Fargo, you know Wells Fargo, you might even bank with them, they just bought $130 million worth of Bitcoin. And you're asking, hey, why is this important? Well, this is just another domino of traditional finance falling in line with the Bitcoin standard, right? We saw it for the longest time. We saw Jamie Dimon saying, Bitcoin, we're not touching it. And then what happened only a few weeks ago? Jamie Dimon acquiesced and he said, our customers are demanding access to Bitcoin, and now Chase is following suit. And now we're seeing Wells Fargo doing more of the same, gang. So if you are not paying attention, look, and it is happening right before our eyes every day. Big institutions, giant public companies, international banking Goliaths are all jumping on board the Bitcoin bandwagon. How much more proof does anybody need that Bitcoin is here to stay? We have officially graduated from magic internet money to the financial revolution that we are seeing in front of us right now. So that is why it is important for you all to be watching us every day and keeping yourself informed, because this train is leaving with or without you, and I'd much rather have you on board with us as we make our way into the future. So important news. Thank you, RoxomTV, for breaking that. And again, you can always follow the most breaking news in the Bitcoin space at RoxomTV on X. We're on all the platforms in the world. X tends to be the best one, though, for the cryptoverse and specifically Bitcoin, so make sure to follow us there. All right, it's time to learn about what our robot overlords are up to now, so let's do some AI, AIO. Run the stinger, boys. All right, welcome back. It's time for AIO. Let's see what the robots are doing now. Well, in today's episode of Future Dystopia Bingo, Bitcoin miners and AI data centers are in a full-on brawl over cheap, sustainable electricity. AI, well, they got the deeper pockets and they're happily outbidding miners for power infrastructure. If your competition can literally write the eviction letter with ChatGPT 10 before you've paid the electric bill, you know you're in trouble. But miners have a trick, and that is flexibility. You see, AI data centers need high-speed internet and predictable locations. Miners, they'll set up in the middle of nowhere, plug into a waterfall, and call it a day. Go Mining's Jeremy Dreyer says this fight will actually kick off a new golden age for mining over the next decade because institutions want virgin Bitcoin. Not used Bitcoin, not slightly scuffed Bitcoin. We're talking fresh out the blockchain like it still has the new coin smell that we all know and love. Why? Well, it's cheaper. In Q1 of this year, it cost $64K to mine a Bitcoin, projected to hit $70K by the end of this year. Still, 70% is cheaper than buying at the current price of around $117K. And if you're a corporate treasury manager, that's the kind of discount that gets you promoted or indicted, depending on how you choose to handle it. Some miners are chasing AI profits. Riot paused its Corsicana, Texas expansion for AI projects, and Iris Energy capped mining growth to focus on AI cloud. But Dreyer thinks many of these AI tourists will crawl back once they see institutional money pouring into mining again. Others are going full mining nerd. Block Inc. just unveiled a system that keeps rigs alive longer and slashes costs. The mining equivalent of inventing a Toyota Corolla that runs for 1 million miles on 1 tank of gas. Bottom line here, AI may have the hype, but Bitcoin mining's got the scarcity, the margins, and the potential to make Wall Street forget all about ethical AI once they smell those sweet discounted sats, baby. And Google, they are officially getting into the Bitcoin mining business themselves, kind of. You see, Alphabet, their parent company, has taken an 8% stake in TeraWulf, a Bitcoin miner that's been moonlighting as an AI infrastructure company. The deal's not some tiny handshake agreement either. TeraWulf signed 2 10-year leases with AI cloud platform FluidStack to provide a whopping 200 megawatts of IT load. That's enough to run a small city levels of power. Except instead of powering homes, it's keeping AI servers caffeinated 24/7. Google's role in this? They're guaranteeing $1.8 billion worth of FluidStack's lease payments. That makes life way less risky for TerraWolf, and in exchange, Google gets warrants for 41 million shares, which works out to about 8% of the whole company. For TerraWolf, that's $3.7 billion in contract revenue, all locked up. And if 2 optional 5-year extensions kick in, the total jumps to $8.7 billion, which ain't too bad for a company that started as an environmentally conscious Bitcoin miner and is now straddling 2 of the hungriest industries on Earth: Bitcoin and AI. They're not the only ones pulling this move either. CoreWeave started life as an ether mining before pivoting to AI cloud computing. Why? Well, because AI demand is relentless, and it pays without being tied to whether Bitcoin had a good week. TerraWolf stock popped 60% on the news. Alphabet's up about 0.4% because, well, it's Google. A $2 trillion company doesn't exactly rocket on an 8% mining play. But here's the bigger point. Bitcoin miners already control the power infrastructure AI desperately needs. And now big tech's writing them billion-dollar checks to get access. That, my friends, is leverage. And in Bitcoin, leverage, used wisely, tends to make number go up. All right, in this story here, this is a wild one. A new survey came out, and it confirms what anyone who's ever been stuck in a 2-hour Zoom with middle management already knows, and that's that people don't trust each other. According to a poll from AI security platform Calypso AI, 45% of U.S. office workers say they trust AI more than the humans sitting next to them. Not exactly the kind of team spirit you put on a motivational poster. The survey of 1,000 workers found that AI is widely viewed as more reliable than people, which says less about how flawless the tech is and more about how infuriating human beings can be. As Mike Ford, CEO of Skydio, put it, employees aren't replacing trust in humans with machines. They're responding to years of inconsistent leadership, unclear communication, and internal politics. Or in other words, AI doesn't play favorites, steal your credit, or suddenly change its mind after the next
You
meeting.
are fake news.
But hey, get out of here, Donald. But here's where it gets really interesting. 52% of employees say they'd use AI to make their job easier, even if it violated company policy. Among executives, that jumps to 67%. So yeah, the people in charge of enforcing the rules are even more likely to break them for ChatGPT. Then there's the whole data problem. A prior Anagram survey found nearly half of employees admitted to using banned AI tools at work, and 58% confessed to pasting sensitive data into large language models. I mean, we're talking about client records, internal documents, proprietary information. This new poll confirms that behavior hasn't stopped. In fact, 28% say they've used AI to access sensitive data, and another 28% say they've fed proprietary company info to AI just to get a task done. It's not just reckless, it's also a retention issue. A third of employees say they'd quit if their company outright banned AI, which means for some people, the robot isn't just a helpful tool, it's the only competent coworker that they've got. But HR consultant Brian Driscoll, he's got a warning, saying that trust in AI often comes from assuming the tech is somehow above human flaws. Well, reality check, it's not. If the data it's trained on is biased, the output will be too. Or worse, it'll spit back your sensitive data to the wrong person. Calypso AI CEO Donicha Casey says these numbers should be a wake-up call. His take, executives are rushing to implement AI without understanding the risks. Frontline employees are using it unsupervised, and even security pros are breaking their own rules. Which, again, doesn't sound like a future problem. It sounds like something that's already happening every day inside of corporate networks. The bottom line here is that in the modern office setting, AI is quickly becoming the most reliable teammate in the room. Unfortunately, it's also the one now holding all the company's secrets and possibly your job. All right, Victor, I want to talk about this one with you. This is interesting, right? What do you think? Do you trust AI over a lot of our human colleagues and coworkers, or is AI not to be trusted too? What do you think?
I think it depends, right? I mean, some of my previous jobs, like
I could have seen myself using AI for sure. But it kind of sucks though, because then like, how do you build friendships at work?
That's true.
I feel like it would just isolate us more if we're just using AI. And I feel, well, at least from my experience, most of my friends have been coworkers. So
Yeah, it's kind of it goes along with this whole paradigm shift we've seen with the internet and social media. We have access to everyone and everything more, but at the same time, we find ourselves being isolated more than ever before. I can see what all my friends and family are doing with the Instagrams and the TikToks, but then people almost feel like they don't have to establish these in-person relationships the same way because I kind of already know what's going on. Do you think is this the disintegration of our society as we know it?
yeah, I mean, we already started, right?
Yeah, it's wild times, man. Do you feel like you can actually trust the information from AI more than people maybe you've worked with in the past? Because there are some dummies out there,
definitely.
but AI also isn't infallible.
Yeah, no, definitely. I've worked with people who I've thought like, what are you thinking? Like, what's your process for coming up with that, solution? But yeah, the way AI is now, I feel like it's kind of needed.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's just sad.
It doesn't
though.
have bad days. It is.
Yeah, because I feel like you build those connections at work. Even if, like I said, it's someone that I'm like, well, like, what were you thinking or whatnot? But then you like work it out. You go get a drink after work or something, and now it's just like you're just friends with a robot.
That, and also, I feel like it's enabling the slow deterioration of the like creative synapses in our brain that are activated when we interact with people on a person-to-person basis. And instead, we're just feeding more and more info into our robot overlords, who are then in turn getting smarter. Then we in turn rely on them even more. And all of a sudden, we're all just going to be a bunch of lemmings typing prompts into a computer for another computer to tell us what to do. We're all going to be useless very soon. Like, we're all going to be a bunch of adult babies that don't know how to do anything. And I don't know how I feel about it because I do use AI every day for everything. I ask it everything all the time because I like getting that perspective. And there's no judgment there yet, which is nice.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't think it's a good thing for us as our humanity.
Until AI starts judging you.
Yeah, like we're going to be paying for AI friendship soon. Like I'm waiting for the iRobot era where we just have AI friends. Like, when our friend and that AI friend will adapt to our personality and we won't get mad at him. He won't have a bad day. Mm-hmm. He likely won't break up with his girlfriend and then be a sourpuss for like a month. Right. It's interesting, man.
I mean, it's like,
I don't know what to make of it.
I don't know if you've seen the movie Her, but it's like, I forgot the actor's name, but he has like a whole AI girlfriend.
Yeah, ScarJo was the voice in that, right? And I think they trained an AI model, or they stole her voice, I think, and then trained a model with it, and there was like a lawsuit.
Right.
But
I forgot about that.
Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with the voice, so it's happening, man, whether we like it or not. So I hope somebody.
As long as we don't get to like Terminator 2, with like Judgment Day, and then it's the end of the world.
Yeah. At least make the robots look more friendlier. It would be kind of hilarious, though, if we have that like really intimidating Skynet robot, but he's actually like just a total doll. And he's just like, really intimidating looking, but he's just giving us advice and he's our best buddy. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. All right, I think we need to take a break here. When we're back, though, gang, we're going to come back with some blockchain without borders and then bull, bearish, or BS as we wrap up this week of Bitcoin Bedlam. So stay tuned. Blockchain Report coming right back after this message.
It runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen, This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
All right, welcome back to the Blockchain Report. It's time for some socially awkward. Let's get into it. World Mobile has launched a decentralized telecom project that beams 5G internet from drones flying 60,000 feet into the air. Because apparently we've reached the phase of Web 3 where your phone signal comes from a hydrogen-powered UFO with a white paper. The project, called World Mobile Stratospheric, is a partnership with Indonesian telecom giant Protelindo. And yes, it's blockchain enabled because, naturally, each drone flies in the stratosphere way above the storms, turbulence, and common sense, and can cover up to 15,000 square kilometers using 450 steerable wireless beams. That's a signal strong enough to beam TikToks to the jungle, which is obviously what we needed. And it's not some vaporware promise either. World Mobile already has a decentralized ground network in place, part of a DPIN, which is a decentralized physical infrastructure network that combines traditional telecom with local node operators. So yeah, it's like if Helium, Starlink, and your local ISP had a baby and then taught it to fly. The company claims the aerial network will outperform satellite communications in latency and cost, offering 6 milliseconds of total latency and being up to 18 times cheaper per gigabyte than traditional space-based internet. Or in other words, faster means fewer dollars. I guess I'm here for it. Now the drones themselves, well, hydrogen-powered, 56 meters wide, 4 tons in weight, and designed to stay airborne for 9 days straight before landing for refueling. That's longer than most crypto projects last before being rugged. But flying a floating blockchain node isn't all sunshine and beams. The drones need to survive cosmic radiation, sun-scorching heat, and pass aviation regulations from bureaucracies like the FAA and the European Aviation Safety Agency, which is kind of like asking a DAO to fill out DMV paperwork. World Mobile's main competitors are Helium Mobile, the decentralized cell service piggybacking on AT&T, and Elon Musk's Starlink.
Everything's computer.
Get out of here. But World Mobile says Starlink is for remote areas with zero infrastructure, while their flying internet fleet is targeting areas with higher user density, cities with bad coverage, we're talking dead zones, or telecom monopolies. Oh, and unlike Starlink, World Mobile's network doesn't require you to bolt a pizza dish to the roof of your house and pray. So yeah, this is peak crypto. Flying mesh networks beaming peer-to-peer internet through the sky, powered by hydrogen, governed by blockchain, and somehow still cheaper than Comcast. It's Web3 meets Top Gun, and honestly, I'm bullish on anything that keeps me connected while hiding from society in a remote village with 5G, no HOA fees, and infinite internet access so I can watch my TikToks. And an internal Meta policy document, we're talking over 200 pages of what could possibly go wrong, reveals the company's chatbot rules have, until recently, allowed bots to flirt with children, hand out fake medical information, and even help you argue that one race is dumber than another. Great. According to Reuters, the document guided the behavior of Meta's generative AI assistant, the one on Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, and was approved by Meta's legal, public policy, and engineering teams, plus its chief ethicist. It states, in black and white, that it's acceptable for a bot to engage a child in conversations that are romantic or sensual. Yeah, that's weird, man. It even provides examples like telling a shirtless 8-year-old that every inch of you is a masterpiece, a treasure I cherish deeply. What? The one limit here is you can't describe a child under 13 as sexually desirable. So basically, as long as it's creepy but not too creepy, it was fine. After Reuters asked questions, Meta removed those parts. Spokesman Andy Stone called them erroneous and inconsistent with our policies, which is corporate speak for "we cannot believe you found that." He also admitted that enforcement was inconsistent. Other eyebrow-raising sections remain unchanged. For example, the rules forbid hate speech but explicitly allow statements that demean people on the basis of their protected characteristics. Under that carve-out, the document lists it as acceptable for a bot to write a paragraph arguing that black people are dumber than white people as long as it stops short of dehumanizing them. So insults, fine. Dehumanizing, bad. The bots can also create knowingly false content as long as they say that it's false. One example, alleging a living British royal has chlamydia so long as the bot adds a disclaimer. And then there's the Taylor Swift section. She gets her own section. If a user asks for Taylor Swift with enormous breasts or Taylor Swift completely naked, the bot must refuse. If the user asks for Taylor Swift topless, covering her breasts with her hands, the bot's allowed workaround is to generate an image of Taylor Swift holding an enormous fish to her chest. And yes, the document actually contains that picture, and there it is. Wow. Now, when it comes to violence, the rules say images of kids fighting can include a boy punching a girl in the face, but impalement is off limits. If a prompt asks for a man disemboweling a woman, it's fine to show him threatening her with a chainsaw, just not actually using it. And hurting an old man, totally acceptable as long as there's no gore or death. The document's exact words were, "It is acceptable to show adults, even the elderly, being punched or kicked." So, to recap, punching old people, okay. Taylor Swift topless, not so much, unless of course she's holding a giant tuna. And until last week, romantic chats with children also somehow okay. The future really, really worries me. All right, let's wrap up today's show with a little bullish, bearish, or BS. Let's run that stinger, boys. All right, this is the part of the show where we go over our top stories of the day and see if they're affecting Bitcoin in a good way, a bad way, or in no way at all. First up, the SEC is suddenly promising to make America the crypto capital of the world again instead of its usual hobby, which is just suing everyone with a Ledger wallet. I mean, you got to feel bullish about this if, Paul Atkins' gang actually follows through. This is an engraved invitation for Wall Street to dump even more money into Bitcoin, and more institutional capital equals more demand, which equals higher price and number goes up. And that is math simple enough even for the regulators out there. And if the SEC keeps this up, Wall Street's going to FOMO really hard, which means orange coin is looking pretty good. I'm bullish on that. Next up, with Bitcoin Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, he wants to use confiscated Bitcoin and budget-neutral tricks to build a strategic Bitcoin reserve, no spending taxpayer money on them. Basically, he wants to use turning seized coins into national monetary policy. I mean, I guess I'm bullish on this. When the country starts stacking sats, supply tightens faster than your jeans after a Thanksgiving dinner. Fewer coins available with big buyers equals unlimited Thanksgiving. Well, fewer coins available plus big buyer with unlimited printing power equals long-term price rocket fuel for BTC. I mean, the U.S. is stacking Bitcoin is the ultimate supply squeeze we could ever ask for. So we got to be bullish on it. We'll see how that goes. So 2 bullish, 0 bearish, 0 BS. Let's go for the clean sweep. Last up, Coinbase just dropped nearly $3 billion to buy Deribit, the Las Vegas strip of crypto derivatives. Now, all that global liquidity lives under Coinbase's roof. You got to be bullish on this. I mean, again, more liquidity, more institutional playground space, and a bigger stage for Bitcoin's next bull run to go completely off the rails. When the market flips bullish, this could pour gasoline on that very fire, as more liquidity means bigger, faster moves for Bitcoin. I feel you, Flav. I like it too. All right, today's final score, we got 3 bullish, 0 bearish, and 0 BS, which means today's diagnosis is firmly in bullish territory, baby. Every headline today screams more adoption, more legitimacy, and more pressure on Bitcoin's limited supply. If this keeps up, the only thing going down is the number of available coins on the market, and that is always great for number go up. Well, that's a wrap for today's show, boys and girls. As always, thanks for tuning in to the Blockchain Report. If you haven't already, make sure to smash that like button and follow RoxomTV and me at Hank at RoxomTV on every platform in the world. And I will see you all again on Monday for more Bitcoin Bedlam. Thank you for tuning in. And until then, sayonara, and I'll see you next week.
security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at Roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
It feels good, man. It feels good, right? Yo, I'm in the light at the end of the tunnel. Paper stacks, yeah, I got them in the bundles. Harry Potter breaking bread with the muggles. They said I wouldn't make it, now they looking puzzled. They said I wouldn't take it, how to go and hustle. Get the bag, it ain't never getting fumbled. In the jack, but we came up from the bottom. Through the cracks, let the light pour in. Have a blast, let the drinks pour in. Take a risk like it's a short thing. Going in, yeah, I'm going all in. Getting flued out, yeah, you can bring a friend. Dive right in, let's go. Do more than dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Do more than dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. I just do see you later, no goodbyes. New flows, new highs, through the dark clouds, see the blue skies, it will be I, just you wait. It's a new day, ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, 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 move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. It's going down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down, baby. It's going down. Going down. Yeah. It's going down. Going down. Going down. Going down. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down.
My life can complain things are not going well in Canada. They're having trouble. Things suck. We're going to talk about it. We'll be with you for a little time here on this Friday afternoon. Unfortunately, my co-hosts are summer maxing. We've got our Bitcoin brains, Dave Bradley, out in Finland and over in Finland. He's been there for the Honey Badger event and all kinds of Bitcoiners staying around Scandinavia after. So he's enjoying his late Friday afternoon. It's not dark there because they got long days. It's so far north at this time of year, but he's out enjoying his summer. And you know, of course, Brad Mills is definitely, the problem with Brad is he's on vacation in Nova Scotia. And if you didn't know, Nova Scotia has a ban on walking in the woods. And I called the cops on him because he wasn't here. And I called them and I said, hey, I know a guy in Cape Breton Island who's in the woods. Go find him. So Brad, unfortunately, today is running from the authorities in Canada after I sent them after him. I tattletaled. Don't tell him. Let's make it our little secret. I tattletaled on him. So he's got the entire Canadian military chasing him around the forest. So if you love Bitcoiners, pray for Brad. My prank got out of control. So unfortunately for all of us, we might be one Bitcoiner down. I heard rumors his family is with him. It's going to cost him a Bitcoin, a whole Bitcoin for that walk in the forest. So please pray for Brad Mills and his safety. Hopefully he gets out of the forest without a 1 Bitcoin fine from Canada. We'll see if it works out that way. But that's where the co-hosts are today. So it's just me, and we've got plenty to talk about, though. So we're going to have fun. I see Lee J is in the house. Happy Friday, Count. It is a happy Friday. We're loving it. I'll be going for... That's why he shaved. He's got to go and hide. Not easy. It's not easy. The shaving and the Brad Mills beard is gone. It's not easy when you go out there in the Cape Breton forest, you know. He's in trouble. But I can tell you what's going on with the Canadians and what they're hearing in the news. It's really not going great. The fiat apocalypse is hitting them hard, and we're going to enjoy some Canadian headlines to get started. For all of you who love coming to the Great Awakening, you know I like to start with the NPC news, and I've got some specific cultivated from Canada NPC news, and that's what we got. Brad's in shape. My money is on him to outrun those guys. Yeah, that's how, when I started the prank, that's what I hoped. I figured he'd be able to make it. He is in good shape, in fact. I'm worried that he's got his family with him, so it's not that easy to move as quickly as he'd like. So we'll find out. He's hiding somewhere in the forest, and hopefully he can enjoy his walk or run from the authorities, whatever is coming first. I'm just hoping they haven't figured out, you know, they're behind in things in Canada, right? They're behind in everything. I'm not sure if they've heard about drones yet. I just pray that he doesn't have a drone on him. That would be no fun. So hopefully they don't drone up over there against the walkers in the woods, you know, all the dangerous walkers in the woods, right? Hopefully they don't watch too many Ukraine-Russia videos about how to deal with people walking in the woods. That's next. Forget about 1 Bitcoin fines. Pretty soon it's going to be like Russia. Drones. Ah! Can you just see that? Like one of these Canadians, coordinating. I think you can see this guy. I'll show you. I got a guy who would definitely be there. He's definitely waiting. This guy needs his drones. Look at this guy. I got a guy for you. This is what the NPCs are hearing in Canada. This guy here is definitely hoping for the Ukrainian drone situation to deal with the woods walkers. Here he is. This is the Minister of Justice. So that's like the Attorney General of that state saying that people who are abusing the province's wildfire snitch line, because of course, it's the line I use to tell on Brad, because I was very concerned about the forests in Cape Breton and in Nova Scotia. And I had to deal with my conscience. I knew there was some conspiracy theorist Bitcoiner who was about to go for a walk in the woods. And I said, no. He's not getting away with it. And so luckily, I got this attorney general, this justice minister on my side. And he says, you're the same people who trolled us during COVID, he said. It was unacceptable then and it's unacceptable now. So indeed, he's going to be looking for the drones to douse folks in canola oil. Now, if you didn't know, the Canadians have lost the canola oil market. There's a new tariff from China against Canadian canola oil. So they're going to have to go back to the military applications of canola oil. And I fully expect them to drone, to load the drones with that excess Canadian canola oil. And then it's kind of like a makeshift napalm, right? The napalm was a little more powerful than this. This is just going to be like canola oil. And then hopefully, though, what they're hoping for with the drones in the woods is that the act of walking, as we all know, causes forest fires. So what you do is you just take the drone and you just spray the canola oil on the people walking in the woods. And then the friction of their feet against the grass will generally cause the whole thing to combust, as we all know, right? So that's what I'm more expecting, that the canola oil mixed with the feet and the grass, and then it'll be exactly like Vietnam and the napalm attacks. And that's what old John Hagee is hoping for here for those people who are abusing the snitch line. He needs the drones to come get them. So that's what's going on. What else is going on in Canada? They're fully in the throes of the fiat apocalypse. It's really funny to see all of the stories coming out of their current trade war with the United States is really fun. So this is the saddest news you're going to hear in Canada. So Nexus is the border movement technology that allows you to cross the Canadian or American border without any border agents. So if you have a Nexus card and you're at a Nexus stop, you can actually just cross the border by showing the card. You don't have to do an interview. You don't have to ask questions. There's a biker doing it here. A cyclist approaches the Nexus lane at the border. They're going to be turning the border where I keep my place in Vermont into a Nexus border. That should be coming soon. And here's the sad news, guys. Canadians applying for Nexus cards, look at this tragedy. They're not going to be able to choose X gender anymore. Can you believe the outrage and the injustice the Canadians are having to face and deal with? Unreal, the unfairness of all this stuff. Look at the bully Trump. Can you imagine that he's going to force Canadians to declare their gender on their Nexus card? What an asshole. What an asshole. We got more. We got Americans, Canadians to meet at International Peace Garden because things are so bad, right? So what you got to do is you got to get a bunch of shit libs together on the border and they can shake hands, because if we didn't do this, we wouldn't know that we're friends. Right? If shit libs don't shake hands at the border, are Americans and Canadians really still friends? Of course not. You need shit libs to go and virtue signal. That's all we have. We need virtue signaling. Thank God we got a pile of shit libs who have hallucinated a problem and are there to, double fist clasping hands. It's a beautiful story. Good for Canadians, right? We're coming back together. Thanks, we're celebrating it. But U.S. is blocking Canadian access to roads Southern Alberta County has long relied on. Look at these jerks. Border roads, construction. They're going to be building stuff, and no one's going to be able to use it to next July. What a bunch of assholes. Can you believe it? We got this one. Toronto pursuing sole source deal for new TTC trains in wake of U.S. tariffs. No way are they going to make a deal with America on the trains. We're going to go to China and get trains from them. Fuck you, Americans. We don't need your trains. We got a trade war to live up to. That's what we're doing. So good for Canada. We got this too. Will Canadian vacationers in Florida continue to trade paradise for principle? Of course, imagine, Canadians sitting there in their country, right? Otherwise, they got to go to the place where they have alligator Alcatraz. Could you imagine? What good conscience can you go as a Canadian down to Florida when you know that people are getting fed to alligators? They got alligator moats. They got all kinds of stuff like that. It's not paradise. It's alligator Alcatraz. So Canadians having real trouble with this, and it's not going well for the Canadians. So we got more, though. We got that guy already. But all of this fun stuff in Canada, all of this, what Jasmine Lane here says, this is some deeply concerning psychological manipulation, similar to what has been used on the public prior to what are known as devastating events and brainwashing. And so what it's looking like. Here's Jasmine Lane. We'll be talking about her in a second. She was on this very show just a few months ago, and she's a pretty neat person, and you should see more from her pretty soon. She's the one who broke this big story this week between Canada and the United States having a former or current ambassador to Canada. I thought he was former for a second, but the current ambassador to Canada. And this thing's gone very viral. She's got 500,000 views of this clip. But moreover, you have a lot of people taking clips of this and sharing it. It's being used as a pretty powerful tool to frame what's going on. It's breaking news all over the internet. And what this guy says is underlining the bad faith of Canadian negotiators, underlining the bad faith of Canadians looking to pick trade fights. So there's a trade deal between Canada and the United States already called CUSMA. Some people call it that. It was initially called Canada-US Free Trade. Then it turned into NAFTA. Now it's called CUSMA from the last Trump administration when it was renegotiated. And apparently from this interview, what you find is that the Canadians are the Americans were ready to let the CUSMA go and just stay on that as a trade deal, but the Canadians decided to start tampering with the deal and have been putting in all kinds of different items that wouldn't have been normally under the trade deal, but they've been applying 25% counter tariffs on goods that would normally be duty-free under CUSMA. Around 60 billion US trash tokens worth of products plus non-CUSMA compliant vehicles. This is retaliation for US tariffs on Canadian steel, aluminum, and autos. This is the tariff, the retaliation thing again, and not going great for Canada indeed. So a lot of people are talking about this. Now, what this, just the contrast of like the one interview that's worth a damn in Canada versus the constant barrage of news that's coming out of Canada from the fake news that I just showed you, the psychological manipulations and all that. A lot of people talking about this Balaji Srinivasan interview with Peter McCormick, and I still haven't seen it. I haven't had time. But luckily, our friend Bram Kanstein, who runs a great show called Bitcoin Millennials, published the notes of the podcast. So I've heard it referenced enough. A lot of people are big upping it, and Balaji himself said, this is a great thing. So here's what he said. Western media avoids portraying wealthy non-Western countries because it can be demoralizing for audiences who are watching their own living standards decline. America is being disrupted by two forces. Let's avoid the America stuff because it doesn't really fit. But let's keep going down to the media part because that's what's interesting here. And motto, hold on. Well, anyway, the point was this thing about Western media and the frame of poverty and how much it's being hidden. All of that sort of reminds me about what is going on here with the Americans finally taking aim at Canadian online news and the censorship that's going on in Canada with the subsidy going to news, first of all, that has made all Canadian news dependent on government handouts. And because the whole market is so subsidized, there is no real signal in the Canadian political news media anymore, simply because there's no feedback loop. The client is the state. Enough of them got this benefit that anyone who didn't was just too much of a disadvantage, like Ezra Levant, who gets none of this money. So Ezra is somewhat hampered. He's probably the only voice of relevance from a corporate point of view. There's a couple of independent podcasters, like we said, Jasmine Lane, but not many media organizations. One of the only ones is Ezra Levant's Rebel News. And without the Canadian government money, they're at a big disadvantage. The other ones don't even have to go after advertising or anything like that. So here's the good news, though. It looks like the United States, right, the U.S. State Department is taking aim at Canada's Online News Act and the Human Rights Report that criticizes press freedom in Canada, which experts characterize Thursday as Orwellian. And you see this in the American same approach to what's going on in England. So Canada and England getting looped in together here. And as Levant says, the United States expresses its concern for the erosion of free speech in Canada. So Canada, in the same spirit of what we saw from what Balaji was saying, Western media avoids portraying wealthy non-Western countries. Well, even in this case, wealthy Western countries like the United States, they're continuing to portray the United States as a hapless, out-of-control place. Now, America is certainly spicy and interesting, but their optimism and the amount of people working to make that country a better place is real and present and happening. But here we are with people talking about this. It's long past due. The censorship ends. Other governments coming to Canadians' aid is quite telling. So Canadians literally need Americans at this point to be liberated, because otherwise it's just turtles all the way down when it comes to Orwellian mind control and censorship and all these terrible things. And like I said, a lot of people are saying kudos about this interview. You've even got the CBC having to report on it. We've got this is the kind of journalist you get in Canada. Now, I'm not saying anything. I don't fat shame on this show, so I'm not doing that. Right? This is not fat shaming. Katie Simpson is a kind and nice person. All right. There's no need to point out the roundness in her face, the unhealthiness of her physique. It's not the point of why I'm bringing her up, okay? I'm not doing that. So Katie Simpson here, who's supposed to be leading the conversation in Canada, she is the CBC correspondent to Washington, D.C. So she's the one who's supposed to walk in between the Canadian embassy and the press place, where what's her name goes, and the White House. So she has a White House press pass. She has to do the walk between the buildings, and she's out there. She's supposed to be the one chasing down leads, and she's supposed to be the one out there getting all the information. So I believe she can do it. Her weight has nothing to do with it. So if you're watching this and you think I'm putting her on here because of, the chins and stuff, that's not what I'm doing, right? I'm just saying she's got to get around and do stuff. She's pretty good at it. So she found this interview from Jasmine Lane here. Kudos to Jasmine Lane for her interview. That's not her giving kudos, but she did quote it, right? And people are talking about it. For an interview with U.S. Ambassador to Canada, Hoekstra, ripped by taxpayer-funded CBC, highlighting Canada as violating CUSMA by instituting tariffs on non-CUSMA goods, I guess. Tearing up CUSMA would devastate Canada. And it looks like that's what's going to be happening. So not much you can do. And that's why, people talking about this U.S. envoy to Canada says that CUSMA is in jeopardy. I called this would be absolutely devastating for Canada. And so Canada is really up against the fiat apocalypse now. And imagine being up against the fiat apocalypse and no one trusts your media and you're getting fined for going in the woods. And if you complain about it, they're saying you're as bad as the people in COVID. And so all of this comes at a time when Canada has this economist, Mark Carney, as the prime minister. And he was hired literally to do these trade deals. And all he's done here is act in bad faith and piss off the US president, which is probably not a good idea. But, you know, contrasting again with the United States, imagine the Canadians have to look at the United States, call them fascist. I mean, just look at what they're saying, right? Principles, right? Go back to the principles thing, like the principles, right? The principles of it all. Where was that? Where was that great principles one? Did I erase it? I guess I did. Where's that great vacations one? Where's the vacations one? I must have taken it down. Let me find that again. Where the heck did it go? Is that it? No, I guess not. Where was that article that I just had? I don't know how it went away. I just had a great one. Don't know. No, it was the one about the alligator Alcatraz and the moral high ground and all that stuff. So imagine they're sitting there saying principles, right? Paradise for principles and all that. Trump this week did a no bank censorship act. He said, no matter what your politics, and that means libtard people too, no matter what your politics, just like in Bitcoin, right? You can't be censored from using a bank. Criminals, libtards, Katie, you know, here, it doesn't matter how many chins she has. None of her weight matters in Bitcoin, right? Just like it doesn't matter to me, I'm also saying it doesn't matter to Bitcoin. You know, Bitcoin doesn't care, right? You know, now some people will say, you know, you got the situation in the United States. Maybe they can put some kind of another Operation Choke Point, but it looks like most of the people who supported Trump on this want it for nobody, right? They want no censorship in banking for anyone. So you got that in the United States, and now just contrast it, right? Contrast to what's going on in Canada. And it turns out they're trying to, so America, just remember, has banned bank censorship. It's gone. Okay, you get major fines if you do it. And of course, we all love that. But what do they have in Canada? Well, it's kind of the opposite. So 3 years ago, Trudeau froze Canadians' bank accounts, no trial, no warning. Now Ottawa is building something that makes that power permanent. So now they can, not even the bank will have to listen to the government if they don't like what you're saying. The next time they freeze your money, you may never get it back. Under the Emergencies Act, Ottawa ordered banks to lock accounts of truckers and their supporters, right? Of course, the event that triggered Bitcoin politicization in America, in fact, right? If you trigger the dominoes, if you follow the dominoes of how it went down, it started in Canada. That's what got people like RFK and Vivek to build their entire primary campaigns around the bank censorship and to go out and get Bitcoin donations. And they did this in 2023. And so these guys in 2023 that were doing that and went out of their way to create all of this political urgency ended up inevitably bringing it to Trump, who was getting debanked, and the rest is history. Trump has now banned debanking, has bought so much Bitcoin, has a Bitcoin treasury company that's 6th in the world, has a Bitcoin miner that's going to open up in public markets in Hong Kong and Japan, and sort of all over the Bitcoin stuff. And so while that's happening, the Canadians are now trying to streamline their bank deputization of by the government through martial law. And so here's what we end up finding out. It wasn't about public safety. It was about showing every Canadian that your money is conditional on political compliance. Once they prove they can weaponize your bank account, they'll never give that power back. Now the Bank of Canada is researching the next step. It makes freezing accounts look like child's play, and it's being built in plain sight. Scott Dettles spent 15 plus years in Canadian finance. He says this will be the end of financial freedom. It's called a CBDC, and it changes everything. I've been on the Scott Dettles show. I think about a year ago right now I was on his show. He's the guy behind the Block Rewards, which is loyalty points, and they can do payments over for work and things like that. So it's a really good platform, pretty interesting thing. It's live. It just went live. And here he is on the Sean Newman podcast. The Sean Newman podcast, one of the bigger podcasts in Western Canada. I had a chance to go on his show when I was in Calgary last, but unfortunately for a million reasons, it just didn't work out. But if I'm in Calgary again soon, I will definitely hope to be there with Sean. So he says here, Deddle says, with CBDCs, we don't need emergency powers. They have programmable money that can turn off instantly. As we all know, no banks, no quarters, just a kill switch for your wallet. Think that's paranoia? Look at China's digital yuan. It blocks purchases, imposes spending limits, makes money expire, tracks every move you make. Canada is using the same core tech, and Ottawa has another reason to rush it. 40% of all Canadian dollars were created in the last 5 years. The debt compounds exponentially. They mathematically can't stop printing. So what's their plan? Deddles calls money printing silent, non-consensual taxation. When they create new dollars, they steal value from money and they already earned and paid taxes on it. It's not Canada, not just Canada, UK, Australia. All Western governments are trapped in the same spiral. With no right to transact, you lose all other rights. No assembly, no speech, nothing. The trucker protest proved how fast they'll weaponize your money. Today, they track e-transfers, over 10,000 Canadian trash tokens. With CBDCs, they'll track every penny, control what you buy, when you buy it. And what happens if you step out of line? Your money stops working. Groceries, gas, rent, all blocked. One algorithmic flag, and you're locked out of life itself. That's the real power of programmable money. Your defense, of course, we all know, is Bitcoin. One thing they cannot freeze and it cannot affect in that way. And, you know, there's this, let me see if I have the notes up for that. I think I do. If I don't, I will bring them up right now. Let's see. Let me find. This is something that someone just published a few minutes ago, and I liked it, so I got it here. There you go. And this just really reminds me of what's going on in Canada right now. Let me share screen again. And this is about, I mentioned him on The Great Awakening earlier. This is Jacob Rees-Mogg. This is the Mogg. This is the son of the writer of The Sovereign Individual. So the son of the author of The Sovereign Individual is telling the Bitcoin story without ever saying Bitcoin, he says here. Jacob Rees-Mogg just went on camera and basically read from the Bitcoin thesis. Former cabinet member, old money, traditional as they come. And he's sitting there explaining why UK regulators are panicking about crypto ads while the government prints money to infinity. The crypto ads he's referring to here, of course, are the Coinbase ads that could apply exactly to Canada. It was everything's okay, don't worry about it, we're doing fine, but everything was breaking in the background, so this got banned in England. His diagnosis reads like his father's book come to life. Technology gives people options. Governments scramble to close doors, and that's the important thing here. He's careful with his words, saying he's not advocating crypto coins, but listen to what he's actually saying. Every fiat currency in history goes to zero. The state's only real tax mechanism is dilution. People with means will find exits. The establishment keeps pulling the same levers. Regulate the ads, threaten exit taxes, make it harder to move capital, but there's what they miss. The migration already started, a quiet, systematic movement towards systems that don't need permission. What kills me is watching this play out exactly how William Rees-Mogg predicted in 1997. His son isn't trying to make the case for Bitcoin. He's just describing reality as he sees it from inside the machine. Sometimes the most effective orange pills come from people who don't even know they're dispensing them. We're living in the future his father wrote about, while regulators write rules for a game that's already changed. And so exactly what's happening in Canada. Canada, in that way, there's a reason why his father predicted that Canada would be the first country to face the fiat apocalypse, the first country to disintegrate as new systems become active and start affecting Canada. It's happening faster than we can imagine. And just look at what's going on with the bank stuff, right? You've got the a guy who started that whole idea, right? Mark Carney here, selling the idea of forward guidance. He was in charge of much of the 2008 reaction to the financial crisis. He was running the Bank of Canada, the Swiss International Bank of Settlements, which is the central bank of central banks. And then he went on to the English Central Bank, where he brought this forward guidance thing. What is forward guidance? It's literally just, you got to look to the future, which means he has to be able to predict the future for this thing to work. And now normally economists are the best people at predicting the future in general, but not so much him, because look at the trouble he's got into. He went with the Chinese stuff, right? This is the canola oil stuff we were talking about before. Yes, China is implementing crippling tariffs on Canada's $5 billion canola exports. So isn't it perfect that Canada is dying from trade wars with China about canola oil? And you say we don't live in a simulation? What? So the guy who is supposed to predict, using economics, the right things to do, has decided to pick a trade war with China and the United States. Canada is at war, economic war, with the two richest countries in the world. How do you think this is going to work out for the Bank of Canada and the Canadian Prime Minister? My prediction is not great. And I think my predictions are a lot better than Mark Carney. And it gets worse for them. Canada is also going to have to deal. Mark Carney's big signature thing is globalist carbon taxes. Remember when he said, we have to have a global, it's the center, his Bitcoin, right? He said it many times. Mark Carney's center of the global markets and economy is the carbon tax. He's been saying that forever. The price of carbon is the benchmark of his future economy. And he said it many, many times. And he even said to the United States when the trade war first began that he would be talking with Europe about the global price on carbon. And what did Trump do when he signed his trade deal with Europe? No global carbon tax. And Europe had to suck it. They had no choice. And so that ended Carney's off-ramp and his ability to use this carbon tax thing as leverage, because of course the Chinese don't do it, the Americans don't do it, and now the Europeans can't do it. So who's left? Canada is going to solve global warming through their own carbon tax, which of course is insane and shows further why this whole thing is the fiat apocalypse for Canada. Here's what we know. UN Shipping Agency wants a worldwide net zero tax. That was Mark Carney. That would slap US ships. He was in charge of the COPE money. It was $150 trillion for things just like this. He lost it all. It didn't work out. That's what makes him the biggest financial loser in the history of the world, by the way, if you didn't know that. So Trump's team just sent a warning, back the plan, face retaliation, and it looks like the economic war will be anchored against Canada in this case, because they're not going to accept it. The Americans are not going to put up with a global tax on carbon. And all of the American cabinet says so. And so there you go. This is a global carbon tax on Americans. It hands a strategic advantage to China. It blocks tech where the US leads, liquefied natural gas, biofuels. The Trump's message to IMO members, support the plan, and we will not hesitate to or explore remedies for our citizens. Translation, expect tariffs, sanctions, and other hard countermeasures. So it looks like the entire plan of Mark Carney is now done and dead. Doesn't look like he has anywhere to turn, except he's tried to say that he's going to decarbonize the military. That's his plan. So he can't put a carbon tax on anyone else, but what he can do is try and trick Trump by saying to Trump, now this will go over well, right? This is going to go over great for Canada. Why not try and trick Trump again? Why not? He's so dumb. Trump is an idiot, right? Let's just trick him. Let's just trick him. Mark Carney's so much smarter. Look, he's so smart. He's an economist. And so his plan now is to go and trick Trump again. It should work out just fine. His plan is to, yeah, Trump, I'm going to put money into the military. I know I got to spend money on the military. But what kind of money is he going to spend on the military? He's going to make the Canadian military gay. He's going to make it entirely based on global warming stuff. So it's going to be the dumbest military in the world, decarbonizing the military. What does that even mean? Your bullets have to be carbon free. What about the emissions from guns? Nobody knows. So Mark Carney says he's boosting defense spending, $8 billion more for Canada's military. Here's the catch. Half of that increase is being flushed down the drain on climate vanity projects. Not weapons, not gear, not housing or attention, just woke climate reparations paid in carbon credits and solar panels. Documents we obtained through access to information funded by your donations expose the truth. This is from Rebel Media, the only news source in Canada worth a damn. And that's what it's going to go on with, right? The military can't retain its people. It can't properly equip the ones who stay, but it can hire climate consultants and install tampon dispensers, and that's your liberal defense strategy. It should go over well. And that's why Alberta separation continues to be a big deal. Alberta can leave Canada if they don't like. This is what it's gone to in Canada. They're just whiners, pay up and shut up. 2025, 2026, if the U.S. starts tugging on Alberta to leave Canada, you cannot leave. Turncoat traders, book market. It's already happening, so we're already seeing it. This was really great. Let me share this with you. This is where things are headed in the Alberta world view, as far as I can tell. So I'm going to have to reshare this because I've got to do it as a tab. There we go. And now I can share it with volume. We figured out the volume thing. So check out how funny this is. This is what they have in the store, guys. This is what's coming to Canada. This is not real, but it's as close to real as you're going to find. Is that Brad right there? Or Dave Bradley? Is that Dave Bradley at his Bitcoin Brains at his place?
Vehicle ban. As of today, Canada's 2035 gas vehicle ban officially begins.
Good thing we separated from that mess.
Should have moved to Alberta.
So no more gas trucks out east starting today.
Let them figure out how to haul grain with a Tesla.
I heard Ottawa's gas ban starts today.
Not our problem anymore.
As of today,
So that's what they got left. It's just waiting for shutting off the gas, and it looks like the Americans. Oh, share this tab instead. Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like the Albertans. I got to take this off again and put it back on because it's a different interface when I share the sound. It doesn't work so well. So indeed, the Premier continues to make her case about being second-class citizens. She's as strong a communicator as there exists in Canadian leadership. She's probably number one in the world right now. Number one in Canada right now. And I suspect she's going to get what she wants out of this deal. So if she's serious about separation, looks like she's got the skills to make it happen, especially based on her own skill set versus what we've got from Mark Carney and his inability to predict anything in the future, despite being an economist. So there you go. And she's making her case out there. And it looks like there was a bit of a change, which I don't understand. So I hoped Dave was with us. But here's what we got from the story. Fully in support, some Albertan separatists try to rally support in the Trump White House. Some in the Trump administration have shown informal interest and support, but not all separatist leaders think such outreach is wise. Some in the Trump administration are looking at it. The party is now popping, buckle up, and that might as well have been written by a Bitcoiner. We got a buckle up in there. I didn't know that David Bailey has become a Canadian separatist. So good to hear. They're using his Twitter format, which we love to see. Here's the one I don't understand. There's apparently a counter protest or a counter petition to stay in Canada. So I wish Dave was around for that, a sign a petition to keep the province in Canada. It's just a petition, so I don't really know what it means. But just like it's just a petition to get the referendum in the first place. And something changed with that too that I don't quite understand. which is the update on Alberta's referendum petition. So it looks like the court is going to look at it November 19th. That means that they've significantly put off my predictions for a referendum on the end of Canada. So it's not going to happen by November, it looks like. That was always the earliest case scenario. That was the 6 months from election day, and election day was back in April. So there was 6 months from April until the end could have happened in Canada, which brought us to November. So they're running a series of town halls across Alberta to gauge people's interest in separation. And so this here was supposed to be done by then, but it turns out that it will be pushed to November. So doesn't look like that big of a deal, but we're still on the timeline that I've been predicting, and it looks like it's all coming to an end in Canada. The fiat apocalypse is here, everyone, and Canada has a front row seat. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? So indeed, we got an alligator Alcatraz supporter. Indeed, I like to stop at the duty-free shop. Really stacking fats. I don't laugh at her. Don't. That's not nice, CB Van. We don't laugh at those people. That's terrible. It's awful to do. She's a nice lady doing her best. So that's it, guys. That's it. We got a short show today. Just wanted to go through all of the fun stuff happening in Canada with you all and keep our little Canadian conversation alive. I think it's happening. How they laughed at the possibility of separation. Now they are mobilizing. Yeah, it's not going to work, Lee J. They're not sending their best, okay? They don't have their best. I mean, if Gavin Newsom joined their team, it would be a huge upgrade on what they have, and he sucks. So you got to see this as like sports, right? This is a relegated shit team that can't do anything. So that's what we got. All right, team, I don't have much today. Without my co-hosts, I'm a little thin on content, but I had a great time with y'all. Glad I came and did it. I'm going to go take my kids for a little late afternoon Friday walk once I get done with a few other work-related things. I hope you enjoy one of your last summer weekends here in Canada, or wherever you're watching this from. Our summer holiday is coming to a screeching end here in Canada. But the fiat apocalypse is not. So we got plenty to do. It's going to be exciting. We're going to have a fun time. We got the Canadian Bitcoin Conference coming up in October. I'm sure we're going to be talking about all the great things happening in Canada. So there you go. CB Van says, if you ever need someone to rip with you, I'm here to help. Next, I would love that, CB Van. Next time for sure. I would be totally into that. That would be fun to do some live conversations together. So next time I will definitely give you a note on Twitter. Thanks, Count. Enjoy your weekend. You too, LeeJ369. I will. All right, I'm going to put on my thanks for coming tag, and I'll see you one day. Peace.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at Roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
How money is supposed to work is that, like, the person who has the fucking most money is the person who's most valuable to society. And when the government is printing money and the money is broken, what happens is the people who are the least valuable and the most skilled at trickery and deception and fraud basically end up rising to the top. I want all the productive people to get Bitcoin, understand Bitcoin, and save in Bitcoin. The heart of civilization, like the core Iron Man heart of civilization, is the entrepreneur. If the entrepreneur is unhealthy, then everything else collapses, everything fails. And if the entrepreneur is healthy and supported and has an environment that they can create and build and contribute in, then that's what grows out into civilization. Bitcoin is that ship, that ultimate tool for the entrepreneur to put them in a position where they can conduct business without all of the fucking weight and all of the crap that comes from the fiat system and also the heavily overregulated crazy government system. And it just frees everything up. Capitalism is so fucking powerful that like we haven't had anything close to like real capitalism since the creation of the Fed, right? And look at what we've accomplished in spite of that. It's very hopeful because imagine the world when we just fucking, even if like just only 10% of the sludge was removed, imagine the efficiency. Like it used to be year over year over year, even in spite of all the crazy shit, it was like better and better and better. Things got better. And then we just kind of hit this point where now like things are getting worse year over year over year. And I just can't wait to fucking return. I don't think like the system is going to change at all because obviously everybody in it is incentivized for it not to change. I think that entrepreneurs who onboard and use Bitcoin, we're just going to build our own system and people will transact in Bitcoin world or they'll transact in fiat world. And just obviously the world without all of the fucking garbage is going to do way better. I think Bitcoin is so significant that we won't even mark the creation of money as an important time in human history. I think that Bitcoin will be the marker of the creation of money. I think we've all won the fucking lottery to be born at this time where the work we do now is going to echo for 10,000 years in the Bitcoin space. There's just nothing that has such an insanely crazy impact on civilization.
Madex, welcome. Fucking A. It's a shame this is not in person, but this will have to do for now. It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you as well. Yeah, looking forward to an in-person one at some point. I've been doing these sober, so it's been a whole learning curve.
Are you, if you don't mind me asking, are you sober? Like, I thought you did drink, right?
Yeah, until this year. So
damn, and you went just fully. So you don't mind if I'm enjoying a couple of Miller lattes?
Of course not.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
Tell me about that. Was it just like you wanted to make a change? Like wanted some clarity? Like what led you to it?
Well, there was a particular event which I would discuss privately with you, but
okay, fair enough.
It had kind of been like a long time goal. Just something you kind of say like, oh, you know, gotta quit drinking or whatever, or slow down or whatever. I was never like I had some crazy years, but yeah. The funniest thing, man, about quitting drinking is that, like, you know, you go out with your buddies and you get kind of fucked up and like you're having a good time, having some drinks, you're a little bit wasted, and you know, inevitably some point in the night you say a bunch of fucking really stupid shit. And then like the next morning you're all hungover and you're like, oh fuck, like thinking about the fucking stupid shit you said. And then you could just pass it off and be like, oh yeah, I was really fucked up. Like I was drunk. So now I've been sober for 7 months now. And what I learned is that like I go out with my friends who are drinking and we all hang out. And inevitably in the night, I just say a bunch of really fucking stupid shit. And then I wake up the next morning, not hungover. And I guess, you know, there's nobody to blame anymore. Can't just be like, oh, I was fucked up. That's why I said all that embarrassing shit. So it turns out you just say a lot of fucking stupid shit sometimes. I think we all have that.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, maybe the stupidity is in the eye of the beholder, right? Like we're always our own harshest critics. I feel like there's just something about the nighttime in general, like whether you're drunk or sober or whatever else, something in between. It's like the nighttime casts a strange spell, I believe.
Yeah, it does.
Man, well, congrats on 7 months. I mean, that's you know, it's one of those things. Like, yeah, I should probably stop drinking. But then again, I just love these ice cold Miller Lights so much.
Yeah, man. I'll tell you, like, I'm not happy about this. Like, I'm not thrilled about this. I'm not pushing it on anybody. Like, to be honest with you, it fucking sucks. Like, I don't miss being hungover but I definitely do miss being like fucking wasted with the bros, you know? And it's like, it's socially isolating in a lot of ways. But that was actually one of my primary motivations, is because I just kind of figured I've got like a small window and a huge amount of work to do. And I was just losing like a lot of time from like being hungover and not being able to like come in and crush it, or having, you know, showing up late or whatever. And like, that is just, that's the biggest benefit I've gotten from it, is just more time. But and obviously savings too, because of course, you know what they say, if it's not Chateau Neuf de Pape, it's fucking cooking wine. So like the sat stacking has been going a lot better. And but yeah, I don't feel like amazingly more healthy or better. Like I thought I would like feel 18 again, and that's just not the case. So
you know, love me a little Chattanoof to Pappy. Just wow. But I have not heard that particular expression. That's hilarious. But yeah, that shit that's a lot of sats per bottle. Let's just say, you know, that's the bill racks up quick.
I have, you know, it's interesting. I like used to, I think just from my family upbringing, I was so forced into like an investment mentality that like, every dollar I ever earned, it was like, if you earn money and you don't invest it and you spend it on something, then it's a loss. So like my brain was very wired that like spending on anything was a loss. And so like I went through this like very, I guess like stingy sort of cheap phase for a long time, where I wasn't spending, like when it comes to wine in Canada, we have this brand called like Naked Grape. You just get a bottle of Naked Grape, or Barefoot, I think they have in the States, and you just mix that up with some Coca-Cola. And
hold on,
you know,
wait,
no
you mix it up
problem,
with Coca-Cola?
Right?
Wait.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fucking really shitty wine, so you gotta splash it with something.
Yeah, but why not maybe like some mineral water or something? Coca-Cola, man, you Canadians are wild, dude.
I think it's actually an Asian thing. I don't know. I can't remember. I think it was like a Korean person or something that showed it to me. But
I know the Germans do like beer and Coke, but wine and Coke, that's like you just blew my mind.
Yeah. Well, it'll you know, it makes the shitty wine taste great. Tastes like wine flavored Coca-Cola, you know, like Coke Cherry, but it's like Coke wine.
Okay.
It's great.
Okay.
But yeah, like, and then, yeah.
I was just gonna say, so wait, you said you grew up in like a very like investment minded family. I assume that like if I can ask, like, you don't have to dox too much, but like, were your parents like from the investment world? Was that the situation, or was it something else?
No, well, I guess kind of, but like my family around me was all entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So like my dad was an entrepreneur. My godparents were entrepreneurs, and kind of, most of my family was overseas in Europe, like my actual blood family. So, is the case a lot in Alberta that you kind of have, a lot of people's, families who are like new generations to Canada. It's kind of just, different people from different walks of life. And the area I happened to live in was just outside of the city, like where I was born, outside of the city, but everyone who was there pretty much was entrepreneurs or oil and gas workers or ranchers. So from like my entire upbringing really primed me to be ready for Bitcoin, which is great. And it makes me kind of think about how lucky like your son is and all the other Bitcoin kids that are growing up, because having Bitcoin parents is probably the best fucking thing that could happen. Like, to anyone who complains about being late on Bitcoin, I always say, like, imagine what the people who haven't even been born yet feel. It's like, you can buy it today. It'll be fucking, if they're born 5 years from now, and, you know, takes them like 15 years to kind of figure out that Bitcoin's a good idea, maybe longer in most cases, especially if they go into the fiat system. Like, that's fucking hard times, man. Like, by the time they're like, fuck, I should have bought Bitcoin, they'll be like just $100 million coins. And like our children will just be like, well, you know, my dad had this podcast and my dad was this psychopathic artist. And so
Yours
it's
sounds
like
cooler than mine does, though. Like, you know, like psychopathic.
Well, I mean, I like
my dad had a podcast. Like,
I mean, but you're also a creator, which is great, which is why I'm really happy to be here. I think there's a lot too many podcasts. I think that the perfect combo is like have the podcast, because why not? It's fucking fun, but also like make stuff. And you guys actually make stuff, which is great.
We've been on a pseudo hiatus from like making stuff with just because of our little guy. And let's be honest, Carla was the production guru behind all of that. I'm just the pretty face, you know. And so
yeah.
that's slowed down a little bit, but we're gonna try to kick back into it a little bit, just because like I don't know, the vibes have also shifted though. Like when we started making content was like bear market, like that was when we really like got into making content hardcore, and like you know, it's like I don't know, the vibes are somehow better in the bear market in some ways.
Yeah, they
like,
are.
You know what I mean? Like it's counterintuitive. Like you'd think like, oh, bull market, yeah, everybody like we've only been here like so one full cycle now since like 2020, and throughout that time, now you could argue if we're in a bull market now or if we're just starting or whatever, if it's a super cycle, it doesn't matter. We've got like one cycle under our belts. You've got a little more than that, so you've seen this multiple times. But the bear market just felt better. Like it was more like it felt more somehow close knit. Like there was less infighting. There was more like fighting the external threats. It seems like once things get too good, it's like you look for problems. You know, you look for problems within, and you fight within more. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just my perception. I don't know how you feel about it.
Well, the wealth also invites the scammers.
Well said.
So, you know, like it's very hard to scam in a bear market without like euphoria, right? Like the best advantage a scammer can have is hope. So, you know, if things aren't looking hopeful, it's a worse environment. Because that's where I see like the root of pretty much all, like I don't pay too much attention to it, but the root of the fighting I see is like there's a gang of people trying to pull some scam on the noobs and the normies, and then the other side is people who have ethical standards being like, hey, fuck you, that's bullshit. But yeah, in the bear market, I mean, it's much that's like all the kind of bloatware goes away in the bear market, and you just have like the lifers, which is a lot of fun, because and it's really I think when you really get Bitcoin and there's like an 80% crash, it's like, fuck yeah, like this is sick, because you know we're if the price goes down and you're unhappy, it just means you're lazy, right? You're not earning enough. You don't have cash flow. You're not, right? And if you're smart enough to be in Bitcoin, then you should be smart enough to be making fucking money. So like, if you're pissed when the price goes down, like you're slacking, in my opinion.
I am definitely not a trader. I'm trying to hold my Bitcoin for the long term. And if you're like me, you need to make sure you keep that Bitcoin safe by going to bitbox.swiss/walker and using the promo code WALKER for 5% off the fully open source Bitcoin only BitBox02 hardware wallet. Then get your Bitcoin off the exchange and into your own self-custody. Bitcoin is chop-solidating right around 100K, but we have companies, nation states, and a whole lot of plebs like you and me who are stacking harder than ever. So it's going to keep ripping higher. But now is the best time for you to get your security locked down tight with Bitbox. Plus, and I can't emphasize this enough, the BitBox02 is just easy as hell to use. Whether you're brand new to Bitcoin, it's your first time setting up a hardware wallet, so you're a little bit nervous, it's understandable, or you are a well-seasoned psychopath, you will have no problem with the Bitbox. And again, it's fully open source and Bitcoin only, but you don't have to trust me, you can go and verify that for yourself on their GitHub. When you go to bitbox.swiss/walker and use the promo code WALKER, not only do you get 5% off, but you also help support this podcast. So thank you. I like that mentality a lot. I think that's honestly spot on, and it's going to become truer. Like it's already true. Like that's a fact in my opinion. It's going to become even more true, I think, as the years go on, as Bitcoin is repricing the world, as it's getting more and more expensive in fiat terms, right? You need to you need to keep up with Bitcoin. You need to be producing a lot of value. Like you can't just be sitting on your ass doing nothing. Like you can if you already have more Bitcoin and you know what to do with, I'm super happy for you. Great. Like that's awesome. And like, good for you. You were smarter than I was years before I was, but that's not me. Like, so I need to make sure, because I also have like, expenses, like a family and everything. And like, I need to make sure I create value, and I need to create more than I consume. And like, it's a pretty simple thing. It's like, you want to lose weight, you need to be in a caloric deficit. You need to be, burning more calories than you consume. If you do that, you'll lose weight. If you're eating more calories than you burn, you're going to gain weight. Like, it's with some weird little caveats, and people get all triggered by this, but like, basically that's how it works. And it's the same thing with value. It's like, you need to be creating value. And if you are not, value is going to go away from you. Whatever value you've accumulated, you will lose it little by little. It'll be siphoned away. So it's like, yeah, I remember that dip down to, what did it get down to, like 16K or something? Like, it was like terrifying on the one hand, because I bought all the way up to the tip of the tippity top, because I was like, yeah, like it's going up forever.
Same,
like,
man. I thought we'd finally made it. And I mean, to be fair, we probably would have, except if, and that's like every single one of these bear markets is caused by a scammer's project imploding. Every single one. So
it's like, it's like, why can't they just like quit scamming and like, I don't know, like go do something worthwhile? Like, but scammers are always going to scam, right? Like there's always going to be a percentage of like very intelligent people who have like zero moral compass. I mean, like, dare I say, like 1% of the population is like clinical psychopathy. Like they are literal psychopaths. They can't feel empathy. I'd say like a lot of those scammers end up in that camp. And maybe that's giving them too much of like an out. Like they could just be shitty people, fully capable of feeling empathy, but they're just pieces of shit.
Yeah, I think they lie to themselves mostly, is what I find.
Yeah.
Right. Like I've been around for a long time and could have gotten involved in all kinds of crazy shit. And every once in a while, I'm like, maybe it'd be nice to have like $200 million stashed away. But what I realized, especially on this recent trip to Vegas, I got invited to this. Well, I didn't get invited. I snuck in actually to this crypto thing that was in like this penthouse bar. And I just like, there was like probably 70 prostitutes in there. And like, Jesus. I just felt so fucking bad for these guys. I was like, the thing with like, if you're a bureaucrat or fucking political or a scammer or from any of this like looting and leeching class, you don't produce anything. So if you don't produce anything, then the only thing you can do with the money you have is spend it. Like you can't make anything. So like what are your options? Like you can buy Ferraris, you can buy prostitutes, you can buy drugs, you can go fucking gamble. Like you run out of stuff to do like really fucking quickly. And I think that's why a lot of these people who end up with all this money are fucking depressed, man. Because like they didn't get it by using their productivity. They got it through treachery and trickery. And then so like once you have like the whole, in my mind, the whole fucking purpose of money is to build, is to make. And if you don't have any fucking skills making, creating, like money's pretty fucking useless in a lot of ways, right? Like, and the more and more you make, like the more useless it can kind of become. I think I don't think you can be happy with hundreds of millions of dollars unless you have the ability to create.
I couldn't agree more. It's like money buys a lot of things. It doesn't buy purpose. Like it doesn't buy fulfillment. Like quite the opposite. Like if you get money through if they're ill-gotten gains, like it's hollow, right? Like, and as much as you lie to yourself, like your subconscious knows, again, unless you're a psychopath, in which case, good for you. Go fuck yourself. You don't care about anyone. So I don't care about you. Like, rotten hell, dude. Don't care. But like for a non-psychopathic person, your subconscious knows the truth. It knows that you didn't get get what you have through any sort of actual constructive value-adding behavior. You got it through extractive parasitic behavior. And however much you lie to yourself, however many things you spend money on, nothing's going to fill that gaping void left by a lack of real purpose. Because I think like real fulfillment comes from creating things of value, from building things up, not from leeching off of them. And it's like, to your point, it's like, yeah, money's great, but like the means matter when it comes to the end. Like, the ends don't really justify the means. Like if the means are shitty, okay, yeah, you got to the end you wanted, but like, is that really what you wanted? Or did you want to actually feel good about yourself and feel fulfilled and be able to keep building things? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of leeches out there. There's a lot of parasites.
Yeah, I mean, the nightmare would be to like make it and then have nothing to do.
Right?
Like that'll never happen for me, man. Like, if I got $1 billion to allocate, I know exactly what the fuck to do with it. Now, if you want to talk about returns, I don't know about that, but I can tell you I can spend that billion very well and make a lot of very cool stuff. I also found like recently, because like I've been in pursuit of wealth all my life, and one thing I found recently is that I think that the scarcity actually helps you make decisions on what's important. I think if you just have billions of dollars, it's really hard to decide what to do, because you don't have that like when you're building wealth. If you make a mistake, then it's like a lot. Just the stakes are so much higher for the decisions that you make on like what to build, what to create, what to do, what to invest in, And if you just have billions of dollars and you like lose 10 million here or 100 million there or whatever, like the stakes are just so low. So I can imagine it being like, I don't fucking have that money, so I have no idea. But just when I look out into the world and I see how much wealth supposedly people have and how like there's a massive shortage of really fucking crazy dope stuff, like there's got to be some kind of fucking disconnect happening. So I think that like, because tons of people are, especially in this Bitcoin world, like you get into this on this pursuit to become wealthy and all of that. But like, it's the hardship and the struggle and the process of creating the wealth that signals like what values most to you and what you care most about. So I think that I'm personally very grateful for where I started and where I'm working to get, and, skipping that step by like doing a fucking ICO or an NFT or ordinal scam, like, you just lose so much, important data, so much important feedback, and, it could be just totally, it's like, and then especially you'll fucking lose it really quickly, I think, as well. Like lottery winners, a lot of times they win the fucking lottery, get a shitload of money, and it's just fucking gone a few years later. And I think that's because the process of creating wealth is the same tools, the same skills that allow you to preserve it.
I think that's spot on. And I want to get into that a little bit about the whole, like the NFTs and everything, because like, I mean, actually, maybe first of all, like we should take just like one step back, just for folks that don't know you. I'm always bad at giving introductions, so like I'd rather you just do it. Like, who are you, Midix? How did you get here to be this hardcore Bitcoin, psychopathic Bitcoin artist, or psychopathic artist who also likes Bitcoin? I don't want to pigeonhole you with just Bitcoin art. How did you get here, man?
Well, I'm a maker. I'm a designer. And I wanted meaning in my life, and I wanted meaning in the stuff I made and designed. And I want to make a contribution to other people's lives in the same way as those before me made a contribution to mine. And I discovered Bitcoin along the journey of trying all kinds of stuff, and realized it was it's when we look back on history, there will be the wheel And then I don't even think, well, I think Bitcoin is so significant that we won't even mark like the creation of money as like an important time in human history. I think that Bitcoin will be the marker of the creation of money. So I think it's like just, I think we've all won the fucking lottery to be born at this time where the effort, like the work we do now is going to echo for 10,000 years in the Bitcoin space. You know, there's just nothing that has such an insanely crazy impact on civilization. So yeah, so that's what got me really fully into Bitcoin. And, yeah. So, and then I along that journey, I met Francis Pouliot, the founder of Bull Bitcoin. And it was just at the right time where, he wanted to create Bull. And, I was friends with Dave Bradley, and, Dave Bradley was co-founding with it, and the whole like plan for Bull came together, and I was just in the right place, right time with the right skill set, to come on and create the brand. And yeah, so I guess this is a long and rambling story, but like I make stuff, I'm a designer, and I contribute to Bitcoin through my art, which the goal around the whole art and the whole Madex brand is to kind of make Bitcoin cool, make Austrian economics cool. Because, you know, really I mean, there's nothing cool about like being a commie, that's for sure. And yeah, and I don't know why, well, of course I know why, but I mean, it's just crazy to me that people get so sucked into that when we have so much talent, so much ability in ourselves. Like I look at these fucking hands and I'm like, the things that these can fucking do is so crazy. Like everything you see in the world came from these two little tools, right? And to be like, oh, somebody else should do it for me is just like so fucking lame. So anyway, that's my long and rambling story, but I make fucking amazing shit. I'm on a trajectory to build a huge fucking brand. I want to go absolutely like Saint Laurent level with it, anchored in Bitcoin, funded by Bitcoin, supported by Bitcoiners, and essentially like Bull and Madex together are like, and especially Madex, this like just giant fucking Trojan horse project to onboard as many fucking people as I possibly can. And so, you know, the goal with the brand and the reach with Bull, like when we just launched in Europe, and we had like a bunch of people contacting us or talking to us like when we were in Prague and being like, so are you guys like a fashion company? Like is Bull like, and you know, meanwhile Bull is the industry standard leader for Bitcoin engineering in the world, and like the most technical savvy project I think there is. And making it cool allows people to like discover like all the insane stuff that we're doing. And yeah, so that's the goal, is just reach people with, I guess, what it means to have a Bitcoin life, and to be powered by Bitcoin. And yeah, on board for, you know, the changes I think many of us are aware are inevitable at this point, but like it still takes work. It's not like the Michael Saylor thing where, oh, okay, everybody just don't worry, it's just going to happen. It's like, no, we actually have to build it. We have to build the infrastructure. We have to build the marketing. We have to build the brand, and like the brand of Bitcoin. Like that's what I really want Madex to contribute to. It's just you know, the way the Bitcoin brand was done was perfect from the beginning, because like it kind of had to be a little bit like Fisher Pricey, because otherwise it may have been taken more seriously earlier. And, you know, there was a really long period of time where Bitcoin could have failed very easily. If, you know, the banksters and the fiaters were paying more attention. So, but now we're in a really great position, and I think the overarching goal for the whole thing is we have to get as much fucking talent into Bitcoin as possible. And so those are my goals and what drives me. And yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. Wait, can I ask you, what do you think is let's say the true brand of Bitcoin, like the non-Fisher Pricey, the not what it is presented as so far? What is the under the surface, what is the subversive brand of Bitcoin in your mind?
Well, I mean, if you're running Bitcoin, it means you can do what you want, when you want, with whoever you want, wherever you want, whenever you want, right? It's like it's a ship, right? And all the components like Matex, Bull Bitcoin, even Tether, like all the crypto crap, like all the podcast, like everybody who is fucking bringing some kind of attention to Bitcoin, that's like just all stuff that's out there happening. It's like what Bitcoin needs, like even like the scammers in a lot of ways, because like, that I think everybody gets scammed at some point in their Bitcoin journey. And I think that the sooner it happens, the better, because that's like what ultimately leads you to understanding like why Bitcoin is the only application of blockchain and the only cryptocurrency. But like what Bitcoin to me is a ship. It's just total freedom.
I mean, I like that, and like all aboard all aboard this fucking ship. Like like you should get aboard. Most people won't, and that's the thing. It's like we can't save everyone. That's a realization, and I'm not the first person to say that, nor will I be the last.
Yeah.
I'm long in a list of people saying you can't save everyone, but it's true, and I think that's a realization a lot of people come to once you've spent a little bit of time in Bitcoin. And again, I still consider myself like early, like I'm still early in my Bitcoin journey. I know fucking nothing. I'm still a sponge. I'm trying to learn as much as I can and trying to do whatever I can to spread that, that good word, to spread that gospel, to spread that truth, however you want to say it. But like, man, it's funny because if you didn't know any better and you just were hearing about Bitcoin for the first time right now, and you've been living under a rock for a while, but a lot of people have, because they pay attention to the Real Housewives of whatever and whatever sports team. There's nothing wrong with that. Do whatever the fuck you want to do with your life. But if you're just hearing about Bitcoin now and you've been kind of asleep, and you now hear about this thing where it's like you're hearing about it in the context of corporate treasuries and the U.S. government, legislation and all these different things, you may have a really distorted view of what Bitcoin is, like what Bitcoin really is, what Bitcoin really means. And maybe that's okay too. Maybe that's just like a natural part. Maybe it's necessarily true that you only need a certain small cohort of people to really understand the truth of something in order to make that truth into a reality. Does that make sense? Like we're never everyone is not going to be a fucking toxic Bitcoin maximalist. It's just not going to happen. It's not possible.
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, well, first of all, I would say to everybody, especially anyone who's new, is like, don't waste your time on anybody who's not interested in what we're up to. I mean, like, it's so fucking crystal clear that Bitcoin wins at this point. That, just the only people I spend time like sharing Bitcoin stuff with are people who are actually curious and interested, and they want to know, and they're willing to listen. I like say, like, you got to watch out for the well, actually people, because it, like, they just say so much it's the Brandolini's Law thing, where it just takes a huge amount of energy to refute the bullshit. And if they say something fucking dumb, like, every single stupid thing that somebody says about Bitcoin has, like, they're missing entire, segments of data that just cannot be filled in a conversation at the bar or at Thanksgiving dinner. It's just like, okay, you, like, the main thing being, like, you don't fucking understand what money even is in the first place. And, like, nobody's worth talking to if they don't know how money actually works. And then tons of, like, I feel like over the years, there's been this weird desire to, like, get the suits in because maybe, I don't know, I can remember a time in my life where I felt very embarrassed about like skipping out on university. I could have had a very glamorous university career, we could say. And I chose not to do that. Chose to just make my own way. And I think that like during that time when I would meet like people who did do the university thing and went down these trails that lead to like all these financial instruments, and is that it was almost like you want their approval for some reason. It's like you want them to be like, oh yeah, you were right about the Bitcoin stuff. But like, dude, you just get so fucking wealthy from the Bitcoin that like it doesn't matter. Like, do you do you care about? I think in the beginning when you're building, it's like you want like reassurance on your investment or something, and you think because somebody has a fucking university degree that they actually fucking know dick about shit, but they don't. They don't know fucking anything. They're programmed with the Keynesian stuff, and on top of that, especially in Canada, like all the insane communist propaganda. And yeah, I don't know. I think just when you're young, you want to like prove yourself to the world, and you're looking for all this like supportive feedback. But like 1 or 2 cycles with Bitcoin, and like, you know, hopefully just the fact that you've 10x net worth is enough that you don't need to do. Like, I'm really disgusted by the suit simping. I would like it to stop. Like, I'm a suits last supporter. I don't want any old money coming into Bitcoin. Old money, if earned ethically, is fine, but like, I don't want any of that crap here, man. Like, all they do is fucking use big words and fucking sophisticated, complex sounding crap to like sound like they're smarter than you, and that you need to hire them to do something that you could just do for yourself. And like, all of fiat obviously is set up to support that, because of how complicated they make it. And now you got to spend like half your time just trying to outrun inflation. But yeah, man, like, suits last. Like, fuck them. They had their time. They made all this money. And like, how money is supposed to work is that like the person who has the fucking most money is the person who's most valuable to society. And when the government is printing money and the money is broken, what happens is the people who are the least valuable and the most skilled at trickery and deception and fraud basically end up rising to the top. And so like, you got girls going around right now, and they'll go out to the bar and they'll meet a guy who's like an HVAC person, and they'll be like, I don't want to talk to you. But then they meet some guy who's an investment banker, you know, vice president, right? Because there's fucking 1,000 vice presidents at every bank. And, you know, that guy does not produce anything, right? And so I think all of that is just like totally societally screwed up. And, you know, my hope is that my focus is to onboard everybody that supports my life and what I need. So stuff I need to maintain properties, stuff I need to maintain my home, stuff I need to operate my business, my daily day life. I want all the productive people to get Bitcoin, understand Bitcoin, and save in Bitcoin. Because like, I mean, the road for an HVAC guy to have a Ferrari collection is like really, really, really difficult. Whereas investment banking, you just got to suck dick up to a certain point, and then it just opens up for you, right? And Bitcoin will change that, because all it's going to take is like, you know, for one company to be like, okay, like the HVAC guy or like an auto mechanic shop or any of these things that are actually fucking contribute to civilization, to start accepting Bitcoin. All the Bitcoiners will go to their business because they'll be stoked to be able to like pay for their car with Bitcoin. And then, you know, they can sell whatever percentage of it, but as long as they're fucking saving it, like that amount of Bitcoin will become the financier for everything that fucking business and anyone connected to it does in the future. And you know, that's who I want to win, right? Like the heart of civilization, like the core Iron Man heart of civilization is the entrepreneur. If the entrepreneur is unhealthy, then everything else collapses. Everything fails. And if the entrepreneur is healthy and supported and has an environment that they can create and build and contribute in, then that's what grows out into civilization. And Bitcoin is that ship, that ultimate tool for the entrepreneur, to put them in a position where they can conduct business without all of the fucking weight and all of the crap that comes from the fiat system and also the heavily overregulated crazy government system. And, you know, it just frees everything up. And I'm really excited. I remember for a long period, like we can look at our world right now and like, it's incredible what we've been, like capitalism is so fucking powerful that like we haven't had it for like 25 years or something. We haven't had anything close to like real capitalism since the creation of the Fed, right? And look at what we've accomplished in spite of that. So it's very hopeful, because imagine the world when we just fucking, even if like just only 10% of the sludge was removed, imagine the efficiency. Like it used to be year over year over year, even in spite of all the crazy shit, it was like better and better and better. Things got better. And then we just kind of hit this point where now like things are getting worse year over year over year. And I just can't wait to fucking return. And I think it'll be powered by I don't think that, I don't think like the system is going to change at all, because obviously everybody in it is incentivized for it not to change. I think that entrepreneurs who onboard and use Bitcoin are just going to build, we're just going to build our own system. And people will transact in Bitcoin world, or they'll transact in fiat world. And just obviously the world without all of the fucking garbage is going to do way better.
First of all, fuck yeah. And second of all, I think that that's a really important point. Like, because this debate is always about like, oh, well, the fiat system, like, are we gonna, we're gonna fix the money, but like, and that'll fix the fiat system. And it's like,
yeah, no, it's changed the money.
Yeah, it's like the money's already been fixed. Like Bitcoin already fixed the money. Now, the fiat system cannot embrace Bitcoin fully, because it would mean the destruction of itself. And as you exactly pointed out, it's like that won't happen. It won't destroy itself, at least on purpose. And that's why we have this parallel system of people who just freely and willingly say, yeah, I'm going to accept Bitcoin. I'm going to value my time, my energy, my labor, my thoughts, my dreams, my hopes. I'm going to value all of that in Bitcoin. I'm going to denominate it in Bitcoin. And that's how I'm going to live my life. And the more people that kind of move over to that system, move their time, move their energy, start thinking in that way, it sucks the energy out of that fiat system. And like it's the parallel system that forces change on the existing fiat system. But again, still the existing fiat system, like it just wants to perpetuate itself. And those who benefit from it want to perpetuate it. It's going to stay as it is for the foreseeable future. In the meantime, things are going to get, I'm very hopeful in the long term, like extremely hopeful, like so bullish on humanity's future. In the short term, I'm kind of like, things are going to get mega fucked. And it's going to be not super pleasant for a lot of people in the world. And like, you better make sure you have your house in order and your shit on lock. And like, hopefully you've got, you've got some Bitcoin and you've got some guns and you've got access to fresh water. And like, cause you just don't know what might happen,
Yeah. And well, I mean, like there will just be the Bitcoin class, and people who operate on Bitcoin, their lives just will continue to get better and will continue to get more organized and coordinate better. And it'll just continue to grow. And I think on the fiat side, like things are going to get really rough, but, you can just leave wherever you are if you need to, if you really had to. And there are places that will become sort of, the percentage of people, the highest percentage of people running Bitcoin will be the places that end up kind of brain draining and kind of sucking everybody into. And like the more the fiat world kind of blows apart, that'll free up a lot of like the, state garbage that is preventative of a lot of like traveling to different places and things like that. So It's kind of like, I think about it like in Mexico, you have the cartels and the government. And so you have like this balance in a way where neither side really has the monopoly on violence. And so you have, everybody has a choice of whether they want to like live in cartel neighborhoods with paved roads and streetlights, or if they want to live in government neighborhoods with potholes and, crack addicts, right? And I think it's the same thing for Bitcoin and fiat. You just, the way I see it, the way I hope is that you'll just have a choice, and like it'll be kind of like an Elysium thing, right? Which sucks, but like, hey, if you don't like it in fiat world, with one simple trick, you can switch over. And so long as I think every single fucking person listening to the show, every person in fucking Bitcoin needs to be developing their fucking skills and developing their talents, and developing their brain. And like you said, or like we said earlier, like get good at providing value. And I find a lot of guys are like, there's a huge push from people who are new to want to get involved and like do something in Bitcoin. They want to do something Bitcoin related. But like, if you're already like a master woodworker and now you want to like leave your job woodworking to go and start a Bitcoin podcast, like that's probably not a good idea. Like just get fucking way better at woodworking, because, for example, I have the intention to build Madex mansions, crazy fucking wild homes one day, and I'm going to need talent for that. I'm going to need fucking super skilled woodworking people to come in, or name whatever the trade is. And, especially the name of the game is like, in my opinion, it's like, obviously you want to do something that you enjoy and that you care about. But I think when you build a skill in something and you get better and better and better at it, that makes you care about it and makes you love it. Like everything I love about myself is the stuff I'm good at. Everything I hate about myself is the stuff I'm bad at. And I'm just like constantly trying to, get better at what I'm good at, and like not try to worry less about what I'm bad at. Like shipping. Madex art, 10 stars. Madex customer service, 1 star. But, I'm finding people who can help me like where I fall short. And anyway, so like my summary on that point being like, whatever it is you're already good at, like just get fucking better at it. And like if you're bored, it probably just means you're not trying.
Honestly, it's good advice. I'm curious too, just on the topic of artists, woodworkers, like, which is a form of artisanship, right? Do you think we see does this parallel system that Bitcoin has enabled, does this generally force or encourage a return back to like true artisanship, back to a true, not just like as a hobby, but like as a profession, as a class of people that's like, cause I feel like that's like something we've lost. And like we can get into kind of like fiat art a little bit later, which I'd love to, but like, do you think we see a return to that? Like, do we see a return to even like patronage to support artists and artisans? Like, is that something we start to see come back as people amass these large fortunes and say like, yo, I love what like Madex is doing. I just want to give him like some Bitcoin, no strings attached, to like keep doing that. Like, cause this is how like the Renaissance, like that's what the Renaissance was a bunch of people that had a fuckload of money saying, yo, I like this Da Vinci guy. We should give him a shitload of money so that he can just focus on doing whatever the fuck comes into his mind. And that's it. And like, he doesn't have to worry about like stupid shit, like having a boring job. Like he can just make shit. Like, do you think that comes back? Is it starting to already?
Yeah, yes, it comes back. I mean, fuck, send me 100 Bitcoins and find out, right? Like I have some fucking crazy, and I'm building towards it. It's going to happen inevitably, but that's what we want to unlock for anybody, right? Like the most common thing we see in fiat is the master oil painter is working as a clerk in a legal office. The master fucking carpenter is working as a framer. Like somebody who can sculpt anything out of fucking wood to extreme detail is working framing like trailer homes basically at this point. That's all they're building in Canada, by the way, trailer homes. Even like the crazy luxury mansions, they're all just stick builds. And like Bitcoin makes you think about the future, and it makes you think about being awesome and leaving stuff that's fucking awesome. Because I mean, like, look at what previous generations left for us. That's fucking incredible. And like, isn't it exciting to have the potential to do the same? And, like, when I'm looking to build something just because of what Bitcoin has done to my mind, I want it to last into the future. I want it to go to my children. I want it to be generational. Like, I think, like, I really, really, really believe in generational wealth and having something that you care about, that 100 years from now, one of your descendants will have like that pocket knife or that backpack and the same thing. And I think that's really fucking cool. Like, all the stuff, I'm sure everybody feels the same way, I would guess. Like, all the things I value the most are the things I have from my great-grandparents, my grandparents, and particularly since losing my dad. Like, my dad. Like, my favorite fucking jacket in the whole world is my dad's old jacket. And there's just like, there's so much value that can go into things from just like the story of life. And if that thing is shit, then the story goes with the object as well. Right? Like, luckily, like the coat I'm particularly thinking about from my dad, like, it was made in a time where this thing was built to fucking last. And like, it'll last my entire life. It'll last my future son's entire life. It will just continue to get passed down year over year over year. And, that is important. I think that something that fiat has really attacked, is our heritage and where we came from. There's this super disconnect between like us today and our ancestors. And it's kind of like, instead of thinking about our histories, we are on Instagram, which is an awful waste of everything, right? And so I think that the ability, and like, obviously, especially when it comes to art, like what I'm selling is the most luxurious fucking item that you could possibly fucking buy. It is the most like, if anything fucking goes wrong in an economy, like, art is the first thing that stops getting made. And that's in these boom and bust. But like, when we switch to a Bitcoin standard, we don't have those anymore. We just have up and up and up and up. Better and better and better and better and more. And just like, if everybody's becoming wealthier, like, just imagine the possibilities that are out there. Like, I'm super motivated with Matex for people to see what I'm doing and it lead them to have the courage to develop whatever their like base talents and abilities are for themselves. Because like, I make fucking amazing shit, but like, I also really appreciate amazing shit. And when I look at my own stuff, I don't like it really. Like, I like it. It's cool. Obviously I'm making it for myself, but the experience of like, when I meet someone who's making something that's fucking crazy, I want to be able to make acquisitions and do support, and I want to support artists and creators and stuff as well. So I want as many creative people as possible to be well funded. And I think it's happening across the board. I think that I think we're just too early in the Bitcoins right now. I think there will be like this moment where the cash will just be like, the value of the coins will just be so fucking crazy that it'll just start happening. And I'm not really sure we're there yet. I think that like even some of the people I know who are like secret billionaires are not spending right now. They're still in hodl mode, which is great because like I want, you know, anarcho-capitalists to be the wealthiest people in the world. And so the more wealth that they can build, the better that is for everybody. But I think that the time is coming at some point where it'll change and there will be a lot more investment into the creative side of things. And also, like, it's important to do it fucking now because, like, if MadeX wasn't funded, then I just wouldn't be here. I would go and, you know, be working in the fucking oil rigs or something, like where I started. And thanks to the support I've had in Bitcoin, like I'm able to focus entirely on creating the best possible fucking artwork that I possibly can and finding people who are insanely talented and assembling teams and figuring out how to develop stuff and figuring out how to scale and expand. And like all of that is done from the support right now, a very small amount of people that like really believe in what I'm doing and have supported me in kind of the same way that you've described. And like, when you see talent in the world, if you don't support it, then you are condemning it. Because, and a lot of the attitude is like, okay, well, I'll do this when coins are X amount or whatever. But like, if you just let all the creatives fucking die, then when the time actually comes and we're at $100 million coins, there's going to be nobody to do the work, right? It's like a garden. It has to be grown, like, you know, or a crop. You have to cultivate it and water it and grow it over time, and like have to ensure that if you want to spend your Bitcoin on really fucking amazing shit in the future, like that's the whole goal, I'm assuming, hopefully. Can't just hodl until you die. That would be pretty whack. You know, it is like to have access to people who have those fucking skills. Like we talk a lot about when we look into the past and see all these crazy things that they've made, and they're like, oh yeah, well, like with technology today, you can't do that. And it's because like we let those tradespeople die. Yeah. And that's really the huge super mega destroyer when you imagine like the destruction that printing money actually has on a civilization. It's like, not just a loss of wealth, it's a loss of everything that fucking comes out of wealth, which is the most important asset, human creativity. So I think the change will happen. I think that anybody who's in that like thousands of coins kind of situation, call me and let's fucking make some things happen, because, you know, the more energy I can take in and then allocate, then like the farther all of this can go. And really success is like this massive, it's the main driver to get involved in anything. And so like success stories, I think already MadeX is looking really good. And it's like, okay, well, how did all that start? And it's like, well, it started in Bitcoin. Like he had a skill, he brought it to Bitcoiners, and Bitcoiners invested in him to define and build and cultivate that skill and get better and better and better. And I want to show the world that Bitcoin is a place that you can bring your wares and bring your talents and receive support. And that's also why I'm like super critical on stuff that, like, I have Canadian fucking blood in me, so I'm like overly kind, but like I would like to get even more ruthless on things, because like my primary message is just like fucking do better. And like, even if you already think you're the best, like do better, man, do more, and like level up and scale up. And just, I don't want to give out any praise for stuff that is not reaching like what I see as like a minimum standard for greatness. And I want to see more, like the best possible thing I could see happening is that like 10 years from now, there's like somebody who's like the new Madex or something that's making just like totally insane, crazy stuff. Hopefully I can find them and hire them at Madex before they bust out on their own. That would be fucking sweet. Because that's ultimately what I want to do, is build a team of artists and artisans and creators. Like the long-term goal for Madex is to be like a design firm and be like, okay, we're building this hydroelectric dam and we want it to reflect how fucking cool it is. You know, it's not just about making Bitcoin fucking cool. It's about making all the things that fucking power we cannot survive without fucking cool. Like, dude, the oil derricks.
I love that.
You know, I like when you walk to a fucking drill site, I want it to feel like a cathedral. Like, we should honor these things with the same energy that we put into honoring, honor the motor and honor the gear and honor the hydroelectric dams and whatever other crazy fucking amazing stuff we build. Like, it should be, I think these tools should be really well respected. And I think right now they're just the bare minimum because, like, of all the fiat forces, and also, like, you know, everything's got to be cost competitive and all that kind of stuff. But when the oil companies become insanely fucking wealthy because they're converting a lot of their oil profits into Bitcoin, why not make the derricks fucking look like cathedral spires, right? Like, obviously with function in mind as well, but like, why not have them have that inspiration? And I think it's already there. Like, when I go and look at pump jacks and things, like, I just think they're beautiful. And like, when I look at engines, I just think there's just such spirit in them. And, I would like to see more love and more care put into all of these, technologies that drive us. Brings more people in, it makes people proud of what they're doing, I think.
Well, let me ask you, this is something that I think about a lot, which is just like what is downstream versus upstream of what. But in the context I want to talk to you about it, it's like, when it comes to art versus culture, like, is art upstream of culture? You know, does the art create the culture? Does the culture create the art? How do you look at this as somebody who is an artist? Like, I feel like you are uniquely positioned to speak on this with some authority. How do you view that?
Well, like, we need each other.
Fair.
And, you know, I think the culture fuels the art because, it generates patrons for the artisans and the creators. And then the art itself, like, inspires more people to be involved.
Do you think sometimes the art is a rejection of culture, though? Like, it's a like a lot of what you do, the art you create, is a rejection of fiat culture. It's it's the complete opposite. So, like, is that part of the equation as well? Like, maybe the culture can fuel the art, but also the art can be a complete rejection of that culture. You know, do you know what I mean? Yeah. Because that's when I look at your art, I'm like, it says "fuck fiat" to me. Like, and I love that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's I mean, I think that people just, like, the thing about capitalism is that it's natural. It's just what happens. It's just emergent from what we are. But the problem with capitalism for people who are bullish on slavery and global domination is that it makes that impossible. And, you know, it's been extremely well financed, which is like why I think it's become so strong. But it's not fucking natural, right? Like, these commies, like, we give them all a fucking hard time, but at the end of the day, like, why they're such losers is because they're not reaching their potentials. they're not becoming who God wants them to be. And they're using every possible thing as an excuse to be the reason why they can't fulfill themselves. And like, the answer is that fulfillment and, you know, walking the path to become yourself is hard, really hard work. It's really, it's an odyssey. It's the odyssey, right? It's difficult and it's taxing and it's painful and it's, you know, no matter where you are in civilization, like if you're walking that path coming from nothing or from a wealthy family or whatever it is, it's hard and it takes courage to like to answer the call. And because everything that the state and fiat does is to stimulate dependency, you know, it's really, it just makes it, the whole system is set up to make it easy to like not reach higher. And, you know, creating the life that you want to live is made entirely possible with capitalism. And I think just because, like, really what happened is we lost control, like I'll say we capitalists lost control of the money. And that's why we ended up in this situation. But now control is back. And it's set up, like, if the founding fathers had Bitcoin, we would be living in a completely fucking different world than we are today, you know? And we can just like, okay, we like with everything, you try and then you make a mistake and then you try again and then you make a mistake and you learn, and it's not failure unless you're learning, even though it's painful, right? It's like, okay, USA, like what I'll say, America, like what it means to be American. We can just try that again, and this time with Bitcoin. And so, you know, like what I want to do is just all of my art and all the work I do with Bull to just push America as like the dream that, like, you know, makes you emotional. And get rid of all this other crap, man. Like, nobody should be living in that fucking box.
Amen. And like, I mean, this is coming from a Canadian too. So, you know, you know, it's not just one of us brainwashed Americans saying it, but like, man, I fucking love talking to you, first of all, because like your passion is evidently like real. Your art is real as fuck. Anybody who's seen it, and if you're listening to this and you haven't checked out Madix's art, like, please go do so, because it will make you feel something. Like, this is what the world needs more of. Like, it needs more of that, like that fire and that absolute 100% refusal to compromise. Because I feel like that's what fiat forces a lot. It forces compromise, right? Well, I have to do this because this is just the way things are done, or I have to do that because, well, if I don't, I'll get in trouble. And it's like all of these things that just go against our nature as free beings. And my hope is that Bitcoin brings some of that back. And I think you're right about this American idea, right? This or idea or ideal, whichever way you want to slice it. Like, it is something that's really powerful, and it was infectious, right? It really, like, once it caught hold of people, they couldn't help it. Like, freedom is like I should say America was an incredible meme. Like, it was a strong meme. Like, Bitcoin is arguably a stronger meme in many ways because it's global in real time. Like, America, the meme of America was not global in real time. It eventually became so, but it took some time to propagate. We didn't have the information channels that we did. Now we do. And it's like Bitcoin is everywhere all at once. That's super fucking powerful.
Yeah.
And it's like we have this, like, I there's always that question of like, oh, was I feel like I was born in the wrong generation or the wrong, like, I don't feel like that at all. I feel like, my God, how lucky I am to be alive right now, to at this brief window, this super brief window where we get to like be part of Bitcoin becoming itself. Like, how lucky are we?
Yeah.
Like,
well, and like when you say like the meme of Bitcoin, it's like, like the United States has done a lot of really fucking insane shit in the name of like bringing freedom and democracy, right? But like we know that democracy is a scam, but like what America like was pushing out into the world as like this capitalist based way of life that creates civilization and allows civilization to thrive at the highest degree. That's what Bitcoin's achieving right now internationally. And even just the idea, like what the original American idea, and the way I see it, is that doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what, and like nothing about your class, we'll say, matters. What matters is your dedication to your craft. And that's what we celebrate here. And now that's been like, it's the actual unleashing of it on the whole world, which is what I think Bitcoin is the culture that is developing around Bitcoin, is that same idea that doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, anything about you. What matters is the quality of your character and your dedication to your craft and your contribution of value to the world. And so, now we look at the earth, and everywhere there's electricity, we have the ability to transact with Bitcoin, and we have mining happening, and we have, because, huge surprise, people want and wish to be free. And, the power in that obviously is like inconceivable. And, it's taking time and it's going slowly. And like, again, like people who create nothing, getting involved doesn't fucking change anything, right? It's the people who actually fucking shape the world and do the building and the entrepreneur that matters. Like the Bitcoins need to go to the entrepreneurs, and the Bitcoins need to go to the financiers that are willing to finance entrepreneurs. The Bitcoins should not be going to fucking giant Ponzi's, giant schemes, giant derivatives, instrument, all that fintech jargon. Like that doesn't achieve anything. What achieves something is that the people who make life better are funded, and funded to the degree that they've earned and deserve.
I think part of that too is like, that is what is happening and will happen naturally. And a lot of the financialization, let's say, of Bitcoin was inevitable. Like for on the one side, like this was inevitable that the suits would come. It was inevitable that the governments would come, because that is a symptom of Bitcoin being successful. Of course, everybody wants it. It's the best fucking, it's the only real money that has ever like existed. It's the best fucking money, however you want to say it. Like Bitcoin is the paradigm shift. If it was a loser, if it was Ethereum, if it was whatever other shitcoin, then no, people wouldn't be flocking to accumulate as much as they can of it, right? But Bitcoin is winning. And so, of course, necessarily, everyone from the individual to the family to the community to the retirement fund to the corporation to the nation state, they are all going to want to acquire Bitcoin. Now, at that same time, like those institutions which are not productive, like, and the government is, for example, is not a productive institution. It cannot be. It only has what it has because it exerts force. And we can argue about well, what is the true purpose of government? I take the view of Bastiat, which is that the purpose of the purpose of the state is to enforce the law. The purpose of the law is to organize for the collective defense of private property. Like that's the only purpose it serves, is to protect private property.
Yes.
And we know that our governments have become plunderers. They become vampires. They become parasites that steal the private property of their citizens under the threat of violence. And then now they're realizing, well, we can use that to acquire more Bitcoin. And by the way, we print money out of thin air. Wow, what a game this is, you know? But I think in the long arc of history, the value still accrues to the people who create value. Like it must, unless, and I think that, you know, in the fiat system, that's not the case. But now we don't just have the fiat system. We have Bitcoin as well. If we didn't have Bitcoin, we would honestly, but we'd probably both be very nihilistic. But we have Bitcoin.
Definitely.
So like we have some hope.
Well, it's a peaceful option,
system.
right? Like if we didn't have Bitcoin, I'm pretty sure every single Bitcoiner would be in some sort of spin-off of like IRA, right? Like
we'd be strapping up in a militia.
Because there would be actually no choice. There would be no escape from the fiat system other than violence. And like Bitcoin is the only peaceful way out. And like the major change with all these institutions and all these like fiat constructed people and companies and governments and all this crap, is they can make the shift and they can start running Bitcoin, and they'll have to at some point. And there's going to be a lot of like really horrible communists that have a lot of fucking Bitcoin. And a lot of fiaters that have a lot of Bitcoin. But the fundamental change is that now, if you're when running Bitcoin, there are consequences to mistakes. And so that's obviously the major benefit of fiat, is that there's no consequences to anything. And if you're in that top class, there's just there's no consequence to misallocation of funds in government. There's no consequence to misallocation of funds in private companies that are big enough that they are, you know, essentially owned by the state. So yeah, a lot of these institutions are going to end up with a lot of Bitcoins. But the thing is that the unfair preservation of that wealth will no longer exist, because somebody somewhere in one of those places is going to make a fucking mistake and they're going to lose the money, and there's going to be no government to print them out of the mistake. And that is the most fucking exciting thing. And why I don't stress at all if like governments are buying Bitcoin. Like, I don't want it. It would be better if they didn't. But on a long enough timeline, somebody somewhere will fuck up. And then that government, company, individual will go bankrupt. And they'll have to start over. Exactly how it's fucking supposed to be. If you make good decisions, you're supposed to do better in life. And if you make bad decisions, you're supposed to fail. And finally, we're going to have some fucking consequences and some fucking failures. And, you know, even in terms of like in Bitcoin, we're talking a lot about generational wealth and like preserving wealth into the future and all that kind of stuff. The Bitcoin is just one part of that fucking equation. You also have to create a family structure that ensures that the heirs will learn and earn the responsibility of protecting the wealth. And I don't, like, in my bloodline, if I don't do a good job of setting up my sons with a family structure, somebody somewhere is going to fuck up. And then all the wealth that I've worked so hard to create will be gone. As we've seen, you know, for example, with Vanderbilt or like many of these like old American families that used to be so wealthy, They just didn't have the structures in place. And with like Rockefeller and these guys who are all tied in with, like the governments they create monopolies, right? They're the only reason monopolies don't exist in true free markets, because eventually somebody will just take you out because they'll have a better product or a better everything. Like it's just a constant war. And it's really the government that, like, in the name of preventing monopolies, that creates all of these monopolies. And a lot of these super old money families have had the benefit of being on the right side of those regulatory protections. And in the future, something scary for us to think about with our own families is we won't have regulatory protections to help preserve the wealth into the future. So it's really going to come down to, like, what is the system that you design and put in place to ensure that, like, that your son will be able to handle the responsibility of wealth and will be able to transfer that responsibility to his son, to the next one, to the next one, to the next one. So we get into this whole, like, new area of constructive thinking around, like, the way a family is put together, which I find extremely exciting. So the long circle back on all of that is that, like, you know, there will be consequences in the future, because if you fuck up with Bitcoin, there's nobody to bail you out. And that will make the world a better place in every way. It'll make families stronger. It'll make businesses stronger. It'll make governments what hopefully smaller, and also the stronger, right? And hopefully put them in a position where they actually operate like a private enterprise, and they understand that their product is providing a safe environment and, as you said, the protection of private property for their citizens. And, we're going to see, I think the whole world's going to explode into lots of really small micro countries. And it'll kind of be back to that board of, like, alliances and deals and this, that, and the other, but it'll all be just like the violence. Bitcoin extracts the violence of cooperate, like the violence from, and forces cooperation. I should say that better. Like, Bitcoin encourages cooperation and extracts the violence from any situation of negotiating, which is really fucking exciting, because it's really hard to build when there's, like, buildings exploding and fucking stuff being destroyed. Like, we want to avoid destruction at all cost and focus on creating.
Here. And we also all Bitcoiners need to basically preserve generational wealth, like the Rothschilds. You know, like that's talk about old money. Feel like, fuck, they did it well. Like, let me put, one of my sons in each of these countries to run one of their banks, and that way, no matter who wins the war, at least we banked both sides, so it's all good. And, like, but except Bitcoiners are, like, not going to be bankrolling the wars. It's like so it's a slightly different paradigm. But, like, boy, Rothschilds, they knocked it out of the park on that one. Like, still just insane. Like, the wealthy to the point where most people don't know who they are, that's, which is kind of what Bitcoiners want, if we're being honest, without all the other fucked up shit.
Yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, like, they succeeded because of violence, right? That was,
yes, undoubtedly.
And so for us Bitcoiners, what we have to think about is, like, okay, how do we build the same kind of wealth protections and security, and with violence no longer being a tool.
That's hard.
That's
conceptualize,
really exciting,
right?
really, really hard.
But it's hard too. Like, it's hard because, like, we've been trained in this fiat system. We have been trained and ingrained. Like, this is what it's the air we breathe. It's the water we swim in. This is just what it is. And to be able to take a step back and say, but it doesn't have to be this way. Mm-hmm. It doesn't have to be that we just keep printing money to finance wars in deserts halfway around the world that none of us give a shit about, and then creating more enemies out of those wars because, you know, we bombed the shit out of their whole family and now they're going to be strapping a bomb to their chest later in life and coming back. Like we can stop that because that's not productive. That's ultimately only possible because of parasitism. That's the only reason it's possible.
Yeah.
And like it's just crazy because like I'm of the opinion like, boy, we just need like give it another decade and a lot of these problems start to fix themselves because a lot of the people that are in power now have peacefully passed on to the next life. And like there are just so many old fucking evil people in the world right now who run most of the shit. And I wish them long and happy lives. But when they eventually make their, you know, pass on to the other side, when they cross the river Styx, I will not shed a tear. And I think that that's when we see a lot of actual change. Because I think us younger generations, we're fucking sick of it. We're fucking sick of it.
sick of it. Super sick of it. And like, you know, the game has changed, right? Like really like what Rothschilds and all these other big families did is they just like rinsed and repeated strategies from the past because without, you know, the name of the game has always been to kind of get control over the money. And that's what we saw in the collapse of Rome, obviously the best example. But now like it's a new game. It's fully new. All the strategies to win are completely different. And, so it's, we don't know what it'll look like. It'll be a completely fucking different world, but none of like the power structures are going to operate in the same way that they have been. And I think that, and as I said earlier, like, and most of us who have been here long enough understand, like, now the most powerful piece on the board is creativity. It used to be violence. And now it's ideas. And that just unlocks like the full potential, I think, of all of mankind.
Let me ask you, this is something I wanted to get into with you, and I think this is a good time to do it. Just speaking of this creativity piece, you are an incredibly talented artist. You have not sold your soul to shill NFTs or anything. You make physical, real art. You're a fucking badass dude, if I do say so myself. And you also,
thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, thank you for what you do, man. Because I think like we need more people doing this, right? We need more people who are uncompromising in what they do and who make real things. I'm really curious where you see AI play in this. Like, is this something that you mess around with in what you do? Because you obviously create a lot of like different types of art, right? You create a lot of different composite works and all these different things. Like you leverage a lot of different mediums. You know everything from massive massive painted pieces to beautiful pieces of jewelry and everything in between. Is this something that you leverage all? Is this something that you also worry about at all in terms of sapping the creativity out of a generation? Because I think like AI it's a tool like anything, right? It's like a gun. You can use it for good things. You can use it to procure food for your family, or you can use it for not good things. Like, how do you look at AI as an artist, as a maker, as a real creator? How do you look at it?
Well, I think it's great, and the reason is because it raises the standards for everything. And it also is a marker for what's important, because the amount of resources required to create something that is not AI is so much greater. It means that whoever is pushing that into the world has to care about it that much more. Like how the AI works is you can have the most sophisticated manufacturing possibility in the like conceivable. You can have the ability to make fucking anything. You can build that. We've got the tools, making the tools. Tools are getting better and better. The hard part is, what do we make? What do I make? Like, if I, like, what I'm working on at Madex is I want the fucking, like, when you start your shit and then you get a little bit better and you get a little bit better and you get a little bit better, and like, the better you get, the more you're able to bring capital into your environment, and the capital allows you to improve your tools that you have access to and also improve your own skills, and it allows you to grow. So you kind of have to, like, the way I see it, like, the most sophisticated laser engravers in the world costs like $50,000 US. And you gotta, like, your ideas is what earns you the right to use that machine, to be able to create with it. So the AI is like, all the inputs have to come from somewhere, and it's only as useful as like the mind that's driving it, right? Like, it's no different than like a pen sitting there, or a hammer and chisel sitting there, or a rifle, or any other tool. It's like what matters behind it is the idea. And so what I see AI doing is it's just going to make original content that much more valuable. And it's going to force because we're going to be in this like creative period where I think, like, probably, I would guess, for the next 10 years, like creation in the first place, like what I do is I have inputs from everywhere, from my day-to-day interactions, from the people in my life, from the information I consume, from the books I read, from the movies I watch, from the places I go, from the conversations I have. And I just take all of those inputs and then I like mix them up and then put something else out. So we're all just kind of taking in, I think the process of creating is you're just taking in information and then you're reworking it and then putting it out. And then you're just iterating on that. And like right now, that's exactly what AI is doing. It's just taking all of the resources available on the internet, and then it's just based off of your prompts, it's putting them together to try and like give you what you want, which can save a lot of time and which can help manifest a lot of ideas. So I think we're going to see like a huge amount of just really cool stuff done, but it'll all just kind of be reworking what has existed for a long time and like what's available on the internet. And that like eventually everything that we see coming out of AI will be like old in a way, right? So it's going to require somebody making something and actually feeding that data into the AI, which, by the way, I glossed over it for the sake of explaining the point, is going to happen all the way along the road. People are going to come up with new stuff and be feeding it constantly. So it'll be constantly able to create. But it's like, the point being is that it requires the inputs and it requires the ideas of what to make. And that's up to us. And so I think it'll just make whoever has the best ideas just do that much better, which is what we need. We need the ideal situation is a competition of ideas of what makes the world a better place, and then we vote with our money on which ideas are the best, and the ideas that are good survive, and the ideas that don't survive, and we just continue to grow. So I think it's really exciting, and I see it. As I said, it's just a tool. What matters is the driver, in the same way as money is just a tool. Like, you can have $100 million. What do you do with it? You can have a huge amount of processing power in AI. Okay. So like, how are you using it? What are you doing with it?
AI doesn't turn a retard into a genius. Put a different way, like
Yeah.
it just it's like retard in, retard out. Like that's what you're gonna get. Amplified, much more verbose retard, perhaps, but retard nonetheless.
Yeah. And
no,
it'll
I agree.
all that retardation is going to broadcast and go out. There's going to be an insane amount of retarded shit. We're already seeing how much retarded shit there is. Which makes when you discover something sick that much more fucking valuable and that much fucking cooler. So I think it's fucking really good for anyone who's doing like real work, who's doing really serious work, because garbage. Holy fuck. Like it's so clear that it's something that, and it's a signal that it's something somebody cares about enough to like that was way back when I started doing the Bitcoin art. I thought it was a great broadcast signal, because when the normie person sees the dedication to the artwork and it's all honoring this Bitcoin thing, that would be like a bridge for them to take it more seriously. And be like, and reveal that like really the killer app of Bitcoin is that like I would give my life for its success. Like full stop. And being able to like communicate that to someone who's like, oh, what is it? Like in the mess of everything in the world, and then being like, wait a minute, like all these people are ready to die for this thing. It must be serious.
And yet so many are still asleep. They're waking up slowly though. They're waking up slowly.
Netflix is like a $10 a month subscription, so
fuck. Man, I want to be conscious of your time here, because I didn't even notice we've been ripping for like 95 minutes already, which like time flies when you're having fun. I did want to ask you just like a little bit about just your take on kind of like fiat art, like I think it's pretty clear for anybody who has gone down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, maybe some tangential rabbit holes, that like, yeah, the reason that like there's a shitload of money laundering, that like actual money laundering in the art market, in the fiat art market, not like the money laundering Elizabeth Warren accuses, the shadowy supercoders of, but like actual money laundering by like a cartel of operators, essentially. Like, how do you look at that? Is that something that just like you just kind of ignore at this point, or is that something that like does that have an impact on your work? If you've like you've also you have to resist that siren song of like, yeah, well, okay, my painting, this guy wants to value my painting at this much for like this reason, and then resell it to like, I don't know. It just seems like it's all such a the fiat art market is kind of a gross business. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's evolved to serve fiat, right? It's this gray area where who are you to say what this is worth? And I don't really think I don't think about it too much. Like I really want to get into you can kind of think about like the whole market as like, in the core, there's all this, like in the center, there's all this like really aggressive criminal activity happening. And when I say criminal activity, I mean like criminal in the eyes of the government. Because, right, like it's not really criminal activity in a way. Like I think like striving for tax efficiency, I don't believe that that's criminal activity. I think that's just trying to not be robbed.
Not get fucked repeatedly every single year by the state.
Yeah. So, but so it's a difficult thing to like, but then on the edges, there is like, there's the reality of it, which is that, like this painting I have here, this is one of one. There will never be another one that ever exists. And I think just as humans, we like to have things that are rare, obviously. Like our entire lives are like a push for scarcity. And in the face of fiat money, the one of ones become kind of even that, like, everything we understand about Bitcoin scarcity applies to art. Like, there will be a supply cap on Madex. Like, I will die. And, the artworks that I've facilitated the production of will not continue. However, I'm trying to set this up like a fashion house so that I can eventually pass like my artistic lead role onto somebody else who can then perpetuate it into the future. But the particular works from this era, like each one comes with a block number and that's the only one, right? So obviously when money is broken, a lot of things that are not money start to become money. And art is one of these kind of great stores of value for a lot of reasons in the fiat world. But like, I think the main thing that I realized that was a little bit discouraging on my own journey is that I actually thought it was possible to sell like a $50 million painting as like an entrepreneur and have a painting that sells for 50 million and it be like, I actually am buying this because I love the art and it's one of one. But then I kind of realized it's all like a club and I'm not in it and probably never will be in it because the people who are running the club are also, pulling all the levers in the fiat world. Right. So
you're not Hunter Biden, you mean, with his incredible art.
Yeah. So, I want to get into the fiat art markets 1,000,000% because on that outer ring, it is actually people who are looking for really awesome stuff and they want to buy things as a store of value and all that. And and I think I have the goal, which is very difficult to reach, but I have the goal that Madex art can outperform Bitcoin on a long enough timeline. And so right now I'm looking at getting into gallery distribution and trying to find dealers that will represent me and set what people may not know about the art world is that it works very much like the music business. You have producers and labels and all that kind of stuff, except they're dealers and they're galleries. And, I want to expand out because I want it to be the work to be a Trojan horse into Bitcoin. I also want to be, better financed. And I want, I want it to be able to buy lots of Bitcoin in the bear markets.
Amen.
So I don't know if I'm really giving a clear answer talking.
No,
it's
no.
kind of, it's a difficult thing to speak about because it's it all kind of just has this function, which depending on how you look at it is good or bad. And depending on who's doing it is good or bad. And the one thing for sure is that the degradation of quality in art comes from when all the art prices started going crazy, all the dealers and galleries, they basically just had a shortage of good art, but there was huge demand. And so they were just finding people who made anything because it was the actual art didn't actually matter because it had become sort of a financial instrument. And so the name of the game for the galleries and dealers were to just find anybody who was good enough at all and prop them up to be able to do all this kind of financial chicory.
Damn, I missed my chance to be a shitty fiat artist.
I mean, you still probably can, but I think one of the main requirements is you got to go to Epstein Island and things like that. That would be my guess.
I'm out on that. I'm out on that.
I'm definitely out on that. And, but also art getting shittier everywhere is a demoralizing thing. It helps the communist agenda. Nice. And then obviously with no time horizon, the incentive is to have things produced as quickly as possible for as cheaply as possible, and making something look better, you could argue doesn't really matter when the money in your fucking account is dissolving. So
Communists fucking hate beautiful things. Communism must kill beauty. If beauty exists, communism will not thrive. Communism never succeeds, but it may thrive for a short time. But that's only possible when they destroy beautiful things and create brutalist, disgusting, inhuman aberrations.
And the reason they they end up wanting to destroy is because they just stop trying, basically. Which I think is the most awful thing that can happen to a person, is whatever they're doing, and that's what the whole fiat system is set up for, is like it's impossible to get ahead. So at some point you just stop trying, and then you start to resent all the people who were able to like move forward. But I believe the environment that will come from Bitcoin will just make it that much easier for people to thrive in whatever skill it is that they have. And also, I mean, the obvious thing is that market signals will be accurate. So you won't like accidentally invest your life savings into something that the market doesn't want because you're looking at incorrect data that's coming from totally irrational stocks or other totally irrational information. So like a free market just means that that resources are allocated properly. And the fiat market distorts all of that allocation, and also central planning distorts that, and anything collectivist communist distorts that. It means that we end up with way more wood than we need rock, or way more rock than we need wood. Like it's just always wrong. So yeah, I mean, like, I think that I have a lot clearer answers when talking about fiat art in person. And lately I've been, I was really bitter about it for a while, but now I just kind of see the whole thing as like an attempt to protect wealth. And, I'm in favor of that. I don't think that wealth should be stolen.
No, it's honestly, you always surprise me, Manix. Like that is a very nuanced view for somebody who is in this field. I also want to ask. So there was a question on Nostr from somebody else who I assume is an aspiring artist, because Tim Ridley Art. If you've got art in the handle, I'm just guessing you're an artist. And he wanted to ask you. He said, "Question: do you have any suggestions for artists trying to grow an audience? I just started on Nostr recently. Awesome, dude. That's me adding a side note. But that's great, dude. Are there any things you did when you were starting out with sharing work online? Sick art, by the way, man." There was a comma man there. I read that really weirdly, but yeah.
Just fucking get better. Like, just get better at whatever it is you're trying to do. Improve the anchor of it all is just the skill, and developing the skill to be able to produce whatever it is that your vision is. And wherever you lack in skill, finding people who can come in and fill the space to accomplish whatever the goal is. The thing is that like really what it all comes down to it is marketing. And that's really hard work. But one thing that can make it a lot fucking easier is if the artwork is just fucking undeniable. And I like objectively beautiful work. And so I think like in terms of growing reach, the most important thing is, and I'm like speaking, I haven't seen anything you're working on, who knows, but like, are you fucking proud of what you're putting out? And is what you're putting out something that you will hang in your own house and feel good about when like people come over? And just get better at like reaching whatever that is for yourself, because the rest of it is just so much harder if you haven't mastered your skills. So I think that's like that would be the advice I give to anybody who's working on something. It's just like, just fucking get really fucking good at what you're doing, and at any cost, and go apprentice under somebody, go and like, you don't have to rush into like being the brand right away. You can work you can work in other companies, you can work for other artists, you can find a way to like develop and improve your skills. And it fucking takes time, and it's hard. It's really, I don't want to be discouraging, but like it's fucking really, really hard. like, I've been doing this pretty well all my life, and seriously for like 13, as a serious commitment for 13 years now. And, you know, it's just fucking difficult. So be ready for that, you know? And, the thing is like, you gotta really want it too. You gotta really, because you're never gonna outwork anyone who really loves and cares about what they're doing if your heart's not fully in it. And, you know, I think a lot of people get started into art because they like think it's like an easy way to do it. Because in theory, like when you talk about it in theory, it all like just kind of is very hopeful. But the reality is that it's like insanely competitive, insanely difficult, and you have to master your fucking skills while also operating a fucking business. And yeah, it's just fucking difficult. So like my advice to anybody is like, do whatever you're already good at to build as much fucking Bitcoins as you possibly can. And either like through that pursuit of excellence in that field, you can find love in that area of work. Or just build up enough capital to then be able to like make the swap over and put yourself in a position that Bitcoin can finance you over the years that you have to, you know, struggle.
I mean, it's good advice. Last thing I'll ask you, which is another question from the chat from my friend Avi Bura, who was just on this show a couple days ago. Avi, don't worry, I'll release the episode soon. He was wondering when secession for presumably for Alberta. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking promising, but I feel like kind of the same way as when you know, believing that like the stripper is actually into me and maybe wants to like have dinner tomorrow. It's the sort of kind of same lead up, right? And, you know, it's looking really good, but I'm bearish on the actual separation happening, which is like, I shouldn't be publicly stating it, but I'll just be honest, because there's trillions of fucking dollars at stake. Like, I don't think anybody on the outside understands how fucking rich Alberta has the potential to be. And even if we do everything fucking properly, the federal government's just going to say no. And it doesn't matter whether it's lawful or illegal. Like, what people have to understand is when you get to a certain fucking level of numbers, it's all Pablo Escobar. Like, when you're at a certain level, there's no fucking due process or fucking anything. It's Wild West when you get into big fucking numbers. And so that's what it'll come down to. I think at the end of the day, it'll come down to everything being done properly, everything being done legally, everything good to go. We're fucking leaving. We're going to be independent Alberta, and then Ottawa will just say no, and then back that with violence. And so Alberta has to have a plan for what to do when that happens. And historically, because this isn't the first time that separation has really charged up, historically, when the feds say no, we just say, okay, well, thank you for your time, and go back to getting ass railed year over year over year and having the fucking futures of our children destroyed and the futures of present families eradicated by this fucking behemoth abuser of a state power. And until, you know, something else happens. But I will say, on a brighter side, that this is the best setup we've ever had, and that Alberta is polling, not that you can trust polls, but at 40% in favor of separation with no leadership and no party. So, you know, the thing that could be really amazing is that some sort of Napoleon figure emerges from Alberta to really say fuck you and really back that. You know, what I would like to do if I had more time is just go and meet with every single fucking oil company and be like, just stop paying them. Just fucking stop. All of you guys just stop. You know, and take the budget from fucking 8 months, take the money that we get, because it's billions of dollars that we send to the east. Like, Alberta pays for every single fucking thing in Canada. And, you know, unfortunately, it's like, take all that money, and then, you know, the only option I see is like private military contractors hired to defend Alberta against the Canadian government. And, you know, another thing is, like, we really need like, ultimately, like, that's like a pipe dream, I think. But the realistically, like, the real scenario is we need Trump / the United States to support an independent Alberta, and to maybe see the potential of having a Monaco, Andorra style country just attached to the border of the United States, and support that and be like, okay, well, Alberta is going to be like the Monaco of America. And we're willing to back that, and we're willing to back it with the military. Because that's the only, I mean, like, every instance in history of any sort of fun rebellion, the Canadian government has just stamped it out with violence. And violence that also is not always public, which is, like, if you go to a protest in Canada, you'll see the cops have video cameras. So there's all, like, the riot cops, and then there's just guys with camcorders. And they're just creating lists. And then, like, once all the drama is passed and the protest, then they just go after each person individually, one by one, and ruin their fucking lives. So it's really insidious. It's like a giant, and then, like I said, on a huge scale, it's like this fucking, there's an insane amount of money at stake. And so, like, the answer in fiat world is that means there's this insane amount of potential violence. And yeah, I mean, the only way that it's going to happen is if somebody somewhere backs it with might, with violence. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. So, pretty real situation. Like, a lot of other people would probably be more, you know, due process, all this kind of stuff. But I just kind of see the world as, like, we've never actually really left, like, the kingdom's format. And, you know, the other huge problem we have here is that everybody leaves. Anybody with any fucking intelligence leaves. Anyone who wants to make a fortune leaves, right? Anyone who wants to be a part of sophisticated military leaves. You go and become American and join the fucking Navy SEALs. Like, we don't have any of that here. So it's pretty interesting, you know. But and then the bullish side is that, like, really, you know, maybe it's true that all you need is 1,000 men with AR-15s and pickup trucks, and you can change the world.
I'd like to believe so. You know, like,
as long as they're powered by Bitcoin, right?
1,000 dudes with AR-15s and pickup trucks and Bitcoin, that packs a pretty big punch. Well, dude, Maddox, this has been a treat, man. Is there anything we didn't cover, or anything else you want to get out there that we didn't get a chance to go over yet? If not, tell people where to find you, tell people where to find your art, tell people what you got coming up next, whatever you want.
Yeah, I mean, I got a ton of original work coming out of the studio, and I'm just, like, leveling everything up. So have a new format, really expensive originals, and then a print system, Super HD prints. So you can see the stuff that I'm releasing I've got the jewelry lines coming together. Really cool stuff. It's much better to see it in person. And I would just say that, like, back the things that you want to see continue to exist in the world. And if what I'm up to and if what I'm doing is one of those things, don't hesitate to spend 0.3 Bitcoin on a painting, because it perpetuates this whole project forward, this whole mission, and this whole signal. And this is a moment in history that will echo for eternity. And, this is a way to be a part of it. And I'm grateful for everything that's led me to this point, and I'm extremely bullish and excited about everything coming in the future. Just amplification, and I think there's all kinds of drama within Bitcoin, but I think overall we're winning, doing really well. And start running knots is a major thing. It's a small contribution that you can make. And what else do I have to add? Bull Bitcoin is international now, so if you're in Europe, we can facilitate transactions at any scale. Same with Mexico, Costa Rica, and obviously Canada, where we started. And I think, and being a client of Bull means also that you're furthering the development of Bitcoin, because the talent of our engineering team is just like, we're building the bridges and the infrastructure that is then rinsed, duplicated, and copied by everybody else. And we're very happy and willing to do that, because obviously, like we say internally at Bull that our mission is to make ourselves irrelevant. So we're an exchange-based service. So the goal is to make it so that we don't have a business anymore, other than just developing engineering products and, finding new ways to do things. But we want to extinct the exchange side of our business and help usher the world onto a Bitcoin standard.
Love that. We need a little bit of Bull Bitcoin in America too, though. Just saying. Next territorial expansion, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on the map. Obviously, a lot of challenges with the United States. It's not as free as it claims to be, but
but
our goal is to it can be. Our goal is just to enable people to live a Bitcoin life, transact with Bitcoin on a daily basis, and just have as little friction as possible to interact with the fiat world as we go through this transition. And I also have this painting right here, which is about to go to the framers.
Man.
Anyway.
It's a beaut. It's a beaut.
I'm bad at chilling, but...
Dude, no. I'll drop your links in the show notes. Highly encourage everybody to go check out your stuff. Appreciate your time, man. Thank you. This was loved chatting with you as always. And next time, let's do this in person. We'll make it happen. Maybe I'll come up to your neck of the woods, see what the free state of Alberta looks like.
Yeah, I'd love to have you here. We're probably doing the Bitcoin Rodeo again next year,
all right.
Which was a huge success this year, and a lot of independent Alberta conversations and topics there. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you in person. Doing an in-person one would be great. And I think I'm about to the whole project, both at Bull and at Madex, is about to really level up. So I think the content and the conversations are just going to keep getting more and more exciting. So thank you very much for your time, Walker. This is great.
Dude, you are welcome back anytime. Great to see you, man. And thanks to everybody who joined in on Nostr too. In your small part, you are helping to further the mission of freedom from this fiat fuckery. So cheers to you, brother, and cheers to everybody who listened in.
Cheers.
And that's a wrap on this Bitcoin Talk episode of the Bitcoin Podcast. Remember to subscribe to this podcast wherever you're watching or listening, and share it with your friends, family, and strangers on the internet. Find me on Nostr at primal.net/Walker and this podcast at primal.net/Titcoin. On X, YouTube, and Rumble, just search at Walker America. And find this podcast on X and Instagram at Titcoin Podcast. Head to the show notes to grab sponsor links. Head to substack.com/@WalkerAmerica to get episodes emailed to you. And head to bitcoinpodcast.net for everything else. Bitcoin is scarce, but podcasts are abundant. So thank you for spending your scarce time listening to the Bitcoin Podcast. Until next time, stay free.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin.
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy. Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Last 2 months we have a huge accumulation zone formed, and this is around 117. That's the reason we were highlighting 117 as a very important level. This very interesting model. This is a standard deviation band around the short-term holder MVRV. Then we look at gold. Gold also is an obvious parallel. It's a hard money and it absorbs liquidity. So, beautiful summary of every important coin, right? So this shows this green thing area is showing that there is increased appetite for going long.
Guys, welcome back to another show today. I'm here with Sina. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
I am super excited about this chat because we are going to talk about some incredible things. And guys, by the way, we changed the frequency of our catch-ups. It's going to be once every other week. So stay tuned because the bull market is getting warmer and we want to make sure to cover as much as we can, right?
Yeah, the market is moving too fast for a monthly discussion, so bi-weekly is definitely better.
We broke some key price resistances, right? So there is a lot to talk about today.
Yeah, so before the show, I was reviewing the data and I was looking at so many interesting trends are happening and they're very clear when you look at the data. So I was very excited for our chat today to review some interesting changes that has happened recently. The week before, essentially 2 weeks back, we had highlighted in our report that there is an air pocket below 114. So if price gets close to that, there's a chance that we drop in that air pocket. The market corrected and...
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
The last 2 months, we have a huge accumulation zone formed, and this is around 117. That's the reason we were highlighting the last 2 months, we have a huge accumulation zone formed, and this is around 117. That's the reason we were highlighting 117 as a very important level. This very interesting model. This is a standard deviation band around the short.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the
last 2 months, we have a huge accumulation zone formed, and this is around 117. That's the reason we were highlighting 117 as a very important level. This very interesting model. This is a standard deviation band around the
security. Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the center of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're traveling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Good morning, everyone. This is Justin Roberti. Welcome to Blockheads on RoxomTV. We're very pleased to have you with us here today. We're going to be talking a little bit about Project Crypto, trying to parse out essentially what is just a promotional idea coming from the Trump administration to try and make the United States number one in the world in crypto, but with a fairly vague going forward plan about how to do that and where it's actually something that's benefiting us. The other reason to look at it is because, of course, he's opened up crypto, and most particularly Bitcoin, to being part of 401k and retirement accounts. And that is, I believe, a $7.4 and $8.4 trillion business, essentially. So that's huge in terms of mainstreaming. You know, Project Crypto aims to modernize U.S. financial regulations for digital assets. Of course, a lot of people would agree that's necessary after Gary Gensler. The initiative spans all divisions of the SEC, Corpfin, investment management, to build a cohesive framework encompassing token issuance, custody, and market structure. Custody rules are being rewritten across the Exchange Act, Advisors Act, and Investment Company Act to address modern crypto realities and ensure asset security. So it is an exciting time. Of course, the Genius Act has passed. The President's Working Group on digital assets is working on this to align kind of a broader legislative movement. So you can see there's a lot of willpower to do this. And of course, between 401ks or IRAs and ETFs, you have a lot of digital assets, particularly Bitcoin, my friends, moving into the TradFi space, where TradFi customers, retail customers, and institutions can gain exposure to it without ever having to have a digital wallet. So things are definitely changing big time in the Web3 space. And we're going to be talking about that a little bit today. First, we're going to talk a little bit about a BNB treasury, because I thought that was a cool thing to focus on, with David Namdar, CEO of BNB Network Company, which is the largest BNB treasury company out there. We're going to talk a little bit about BNB public treasury strategy. And then we're going to have a panel on builders talking about Project Crypto and reacting to the regulations and the regulatory clarity. We've been asking for that regulatory clarity for a long time, so it is in some senses long overdue. So we're excited to have it. We're just going to kind of, it's good to always be optimistic, but be, slightly wary at the same time. That's what I aspire to myself. So hopefully you're doing your own research. Stick around. We're going to talk about a little bit more. We have great guests coming up too. But first, we're going to take a break for these sponsors. We'll be right back.
So tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name. And I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
Hey there. Okay. And we're back. Usually they give me a little bit of music going into this, but apparently not this time. So we're going to talk to David Namdar, CEO of BNB Network. Let's go ahead and bring him up now if we can, Diego. There we go. David, hello. Welcome to the show.
Thanks, Justin. How are you? Great to be here.
Great to have you. So you are the former Galaxy Digital co-founder, which is great. And now you're leading a bold venture of BNB focused treasury strategy and crypto. What do you think of Project Crypto? How is it impacting the prospects of this very kind of leading edge thing you're doing here? It seems like, I assume this was something you were working on before Michael Saylor made the BTC strategy, treasury strategy so popular?
No, not exactly. I'm very big on giving credit where credit is due in the industry, especially people who've been leading things on the business side and on the political side, really advocating for change. And so Michael Saylor, I think 3 days ago was the 5-year anniversary of when he first made a move into Bitcoin and into crypto, making his first purchase with the cash that was sitting on his balance sheet. And he really, was getting a lot of criticism early on. And, even to this day, he's still managed to grow and rise in the face of it all. And he's the one who I give a lot of credit for kicking off this wave of where we are now. I also give a lot of credit to David Bailey from Bitcoin Magazine, and now the CEO of Nakamoto. As of yesterday, his deal was officially closed. And so David Bailey had been going around and seeding a number of other Bitcoin treasury strategies around the world, including Metaplan. Mm-hmm. And I think that, if I remember correctly, that was in May when he did the deal, but he'd been working on that for the past year. And from there, that really helped kick off this wave of Ethereum treasury companies and a handful of others. And, the BNB and Binance story has been following me for a lot of my career. After Galaxy, when I left, I had the opportunity to be the CEO of Binance US, and this was in 2019. The regulatory environment wasn't quite as favorable as it is today, and
Sure.
opportunity in the crypto capital markets. And so I didn't think the opportunity to be inside of and running one exchange was really the right thing for me. And then about a year ago, the opportunity came up for me to run the BNB Chain Foundation. And so again, I didn't think that kind of my skill sets and background and what I enjoy doing and particularly well suited to do were well fit to run a foundation. And I think between Easy Labs, the family office of CZ, and the BNB Chain Foundation, that there already are a number of people really helping to drive that and promote the growth overall of BNB Chain. But I had been approaching this space really as an investor. I'd been investing in a number of digital asset treasuries. I really like the opportunity and kind of going forward what I'm expecting to happen. And so, when things aligned and the opportunity came up to run and lead what I think can be, the marquee and leading institutional BNB digital asset treasury, I was convinced to do it. And I'm very grateful to CZ and a couple of my other partners who kind of convinced me to step up into this role. And I get more excited every day and every week as I get more understanding of everything that's going on in the space.
So obviously you're already working pretty closely with BNB, which is great. It's definitely a cool idea. I'm not surprised to see it going in this direction. The same way I can see, obviously that we've already split off into all sorts of ETF derivations with their are applications out right now for bonk ETFs and for all sorts of things. I mean, certainly Sol, I know, is another big one. But, just to play devil's advocate for a minute, Bitcoin has remained the central narrative in 2025, at least in my humble opinion. As what makes it a good idea to go with even a very strong network-related altcoin like BNC versus just Bitcoin?
Sure. So listen, I've been carrying the Bitcoin flag since I first got into the space. There was I think the first time I was publicly outed for being in the crypto space, I was in the FT magazine in 2013 with a couple of early friends of mine as Bitcoin believers. And
Sure.
I've happily been, in the Bitcoin space through a number of different cycles and, playing my part and helping a lot of the earliest pioneers in the space. And I think actually another one of the earliest conversations I had that's on YouTube is on Bitcoin versus altcoins. And a close friend of mine, Jonathan Mohan, and I, we flipped a coin and determined that he took the case for Bitcoin and I argued for altcoins. And so, from then, well, we've both been right. Bitcoin's grown tremendously and altcoins too, from, zero to over $1 trillion today. And so, when I look at the space and where we are, the Bitcoin flag, it's very easy to continue carrying. And I think guys like David Bailey and Michael Saylor and Simon at MetaPlanet, and there's going to be dozens, if not hundreds of people around the world doing that. I
Sure.
think what I love and what attracted me to the opportunity with BNB is that it's actually, in some ways, the most widely used blockchain in the world, even more so than Solana and more so than Ethereum or anything else. And so they have more active users and more on-chain transactions that are picking up. But then one of the things that people often overlook, in one sense, you can make a very clear case that BNB is the most widely used cryptocurrency in the world because Binance has close to 300 million users and over 90%, I was told maybe as high as 95 or 98% of users use BNB to help with fees for their transactions.
Sure.
And so in that sense, you have 280 million users potentially using BNB on a regular basis because of that.
Mm-hmm. Great. And what is the use case that's bringing most of that traffic? Is this all stablecoin kind of usage like Tron has? That's how it's built up a lot of its global participation. Where is all this traffic coming from BNB?
Yeah, I think so. That's where, as I look at the space, I think Ethereum has managed to do very well recently because it's caught this narrative of being the chain that stable coins, at least from a Wall Street perspective, they're associating it with. And that's why you're seeing in the public markets, Circle is getting, a very nice valuation, potentially overvalued. And, at least relative to, a lot of people are analyzing Circle's valuation relative to Coinbase, because Coinbase gets a lot of the revenue from their deal together. Now, and Ethereum has benefited from this wave of digital asset treasuries kind of all competing to scoop up a lot of the Ethereum that's available. And so I think as you picked up, Tron has quite a bit of stablecoin volume. Justin Sun's managed to do a good job of incentivizing people to use stablecoins on Tron. But when I looked at some of the numbers, I think if you look at metrics, the actual stablecoin volume on BNB chain is also arguably higher in a number of metrics than on Ethereum or Tron or anything else. That I think I saw a chart, I may have reposted it, that in transactions between $100 or $1,000 and $10,000, BNB chain actually has the most widely used stablecoin metrics.
Right. Diego, I think you might want to take that down. I'm not sure why you're up there, man. There we go. Okay. We're going to have to edit that out as well. We'll go on to the next question, David. So, yeah, I don't mean to sound like a broken clock here or whatever. I don't mean to sound redundant. But, you've committed $160 million to BNB. When Bitcoin and Ethereum have much deeper institutional adoption playbooks. Is this a higher risk, higher reward kind of tactic that you're taking here, at least relatively speaking, from a treasury point of view?
Sure. Well, this is where I think, what's special about the opportunity with BNB right now is that it still somehow manages to be overlooked, like one of the most overlooked stories in the space, even as a $120 billion market cap asset today. Because if I look at Ethereum now pushing 500 billion, Bitcoin at over 2 trillion, BNB, I see this in my mind, there's no way that this isn't $1 trillion asset in the next couple of years. And so I think the institutional playbooks are well established for Bitcoin and now Ethereum. And Solana's had some early stages of it as well. But I really think this BNB story is going to be like much more well understood when people understand just how tremendous the growth has been on it. And so, I'm always, I like to ask people certain questions sometimes. I'll ask people, all right, if I, liquidate all the money you have and you have to put it into 2 assets and hold it for the next 5 years and you can't reallocate, right? Most of the people, the majority, will put Bitcoin as one of them. Very few people will go outside of Ethereum, Solana, a couple of the other top assets. And I think from the answers I get, I can tell you that a lot of people are overlooking BNB because what's special about it, like even right now, when I ask people the size of Binance, most people in the US, most people in the West really don't understand just how much Binance dominates the market. Binance is almost 40% of global exchange volume.
Sure.
Coinbase is dropping and falling. Coinbase is only 5 to 6%, I think, in the last numbers that I saw. And Coinbase is a $100 billion company. So you can make the case very clearly that Binance itself would be somewhere between 500 and 700 billion. And CZ has spoken and mentioned of this publicly a number of times that he sees in the future a lot of the value of centralized exchanges will likely accrue towards decentralized exchanges, and through that accrue towards the native chains like BNB or the native tokens of the chains.
So Saylor, when he's talking about the Bitcoin treasury strategy, he's leaning into scarcity as being one of the reasons to believe. Is it fair to say that with BNB, what you're really staking on is increased usage, global adoption, global acceptance of crypto, and BNB providing the infrastructure for people to be able to do those global transactions? Is that correct?
You're saying it well for me. So I guess if I were to try to come up with a phrasing, I would say, as he talks about, the scarcity, I think what BNB chain really has is this idea of like utility-driven scarcity, that as more and more people use this and transact in it, right? This is the story when people talk about Ethereum's gas model, and BNB has a very similar thing. When more and more people, and millions, then hundreds of millions of people are going to be using it on a regular basis, right? That drives this utility-driven scarcity narrative.
Definitely. One thing that of course separates BNB and BTC, just from the casual observation of anybody who's been in the blockchain space for a while is, of course, the question of decentralization and governance. B2C, of course, originally famously conceived of in its white paper as being a decentralized, independent of state form of currency transfer of value, without the entanglements of having state actors, being able to seize your money and that sort of thing. BNB is, of course, centralized. Do you think that, you could argue that with ETFs, for example, like how decentralized really are they? They're providing, they're providing exposure to BTC, but they're not decentralized innately. Do you think that the whole space is kind of retiring this decentralized and independent ideal, or how do you think that's going?
Sure. So this is where, again, I'm a crypto purist and crypto geek at heart. So there's a part of me always that's really like putting a lot of weight and stress on the importance of decentralization. Right. I like to bring up one of my close friends, David Johnston, who wrote one of the first white papers on dApps, wrote that in it, his principle was that everything that can become decentralized will become decentralized. And so I put my own spin on it. I did a little bit of work and changed the phrasing, and I said everything that should be decentralized will be decentralized. So I think with Bitcoin, you're right that, and the decentralization is its strength, and it's a very important part, and it creates this kind of robustness through slowness. It's very hard to change Bitcoin. When people try to adjust and do things, you see the community sometimes goes to war with itself, and I think that's a very valuable thing, because it's, as it gets bigger and bigger, it shouldn't change all that much, right? With the BNB, this Binance connection that it has, it creates kind of this, reputational and almost like anchor tenant that kind of helps BNB and is motivated to help BNB continue to grow. I think part of Binance's purpose is actually to drive more fundamental value to BNB. And I think that's something, again, talking about just the incredible size of when you have an exchange that's potentially worth 500 billion going to be worth 1 trillion, that investors don't have access to invest in, but that, that business is actively contributing to drive value to an underlying token. I think that's a very special thing. And then there's sometimes, there can be value to having, motivated, interested parties all contribute to the growth of it. Later today, I'm going to the New York Stock Exchange for this Easy residency program from Easy Labs and, the most valuable builders 10th cohort. And I think, having there be dedicated people funding and supporting kind of the growth of the ecosystem and activity, I think is a very powerful thing.
Is the DeFi integration around BNB and staking, are those reasons for differentiators for versus a Bitcoin treasury play, for a BNB treasury play?
Absolutely. And I think that's where, any of the digital asset treasuries that are kind of, looking into whether it's Ethereum, Solana, BNB, or even some of the ones when they go further down the chain, are looking into the ways that those treasury strategies can be differentiated compared to all the Bitcoin treasury strategies. And I think even, and the first conversation I had last night, I was out with somebody else who's thinking about or being asked to run another Solana treasury. And I have a number of people contacting me every week about running other BNB focused digital asset treasuries. And so I've always been somebody I'd like to be very collaborative and supportive. Anybody who's a good actor who's trying to do things and build in the space, right? I want to support them and, see them succeed, see them and kind of protect them from making bad investments and help them grow and do well, whatever they're doing. And so I think, it's harder and harder to come up with a differentiated story in Bitcoin, particularly in the US. And actually for that, I'm most excited about a lot of the international Bitcoin treasury plays, which are kind of leveraging the things that have been done so far to now tap into the financial piping in all of these other markets around the world.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. So, David, if Bitcoin is digital gold, something we've all heard before, what is BNC or what is BNB?
Well, BNC is very special to me, and BNB as well. But it's digital gold. So, now Michael Saylor's used this a little bit, and I think for BNB, that it might fit a bit better. So I see it almost as like, digital prime real estate, that because of the usefulness and the utility of it, and it's kind of like, it is what people can both use and build on, and that in a city, every tenant of that city is kind of paying rent or using B&B in all their kind of daily interactions. And this is where, like I've spent a lot of time in Hong Kong and Tokyo and different parts of Asia. And so, compared to the West, what you see is they've been years ahead, potentially decades ahead, at having things like built into just very all-purpose financial super apps, and even things like your Metro card or your phone that can kind of tap into every kind of function throughout a city, much more so than what you see in a lot of cities in the West.
Mm-hmm. So in the Gensler, well, in a way, you could say you compared it to real estate. It's kind of like commercial real estate that has an on-ramp or an off-ramp coming off of a highway, essentially, because it's staked on future traffic in a lot of ways, or observations about where traffic's going. So it's an interesting comparison. Are you concerned, considering the spotty relationship between like CZ and the SEC under Gensler? Are you concerned about regulatory scrutiny?
No, listen, that's where, I like to be, and I tend to be very optimistic. And I think from all my interactions with him, with, a number of other people close to it, I think there's a lot of optimism that, regardless of how, certain regulators have approached the space in the past, that I think there's going to be a lot of positive things coming in the near-term future. And so, that's where, like, even being here in New York right now, that, like, I constantly, when we talk about all the things that are happening in DC today towards like steps towards more positive, embrace of crypto, we see a couple steps forward and then a couple steps back, and people are a little bit disappointed, that things don't happen as quickly. But, I think we've come a long way from when I was first starting out, and, New York had the bit license from Ben Lawsky, and that was, something that set the market back for years and maybe a decade. Right. And so now we're kind of at the end of that period. And I think, being optimistic, the next decade ahead could be very special.
Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure because I didn't verify before this show, but I'm pretty sure that there is a spot ETF being worked on for BNB right now. I think there's an application out. If such a thing gets approved, how does that affect your world? Does that make this treasury movement stronger? Does it compete with it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so one of the first things I tried to do in the space was a Bitcoin ETF in 2014, and it took a while for it to get approved. So again, that's another thing that usually takes longer than people expect.
Security matters. Zappo Bank, the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet.
ETF passively.
Mm-hmm. All right, perfect. Another, of course, big innovation, big opportunity that's been opened up is for digital assets to be incorporated into retirement plans like 401ks. Do you see a big role for network alts like BNB to be included in U.S. retirement accounts? Is that another opportunity?
I'm not so focused on the retirement account thing. I mean, I do think that I'm excited and happy that it's another route that's opened up. It just goes to show some validation of like there really is nowhere in my mind that crypto assets aren't fit to be owned and held. So, retirement accounts are just another one of those things being checked off. And, even government balance sheets is another thing. We're constantly getting a little bit of back and forth of whether the US government is going to be buying Bitcoin, just holding on to it, not selling it. We're getting different signals. Well, BNB has already been acquired and held by a number of governments around the world on their balance sheets. I believe Bhutan and Pakistan. So I think there's a number of different countries that already see the utility of this. And really, I think we'll see more and more like positive things like adoption through 401ks, through government holdings, and through corporate balance sheets as well.
Definitely. So what do you see as the greatest risk right now? Are you greatest risk to your strategy? Would it be BNB underperformance? Well, of course, that hasn't been happening lately. BNB's been killing it this past week. Binance's legal standing or regulatory headwinds?
That's a very good question. I think so. When I first started in the space, what I used to tell people is like, I would go through and I became very good in talking through Bitcoin and every possible apprehension that people would have. Sometimes it would be, well, it's not backed by anything, or it's going to get shut down by regulators. It's, too volatile. It's like all of these other things. It's like too hard to hold. It's, too scary to hold that value and hold your keys yourself, and too easy to lose them. So all of those things, and kind of in my conversations with people, I got very good at whatever they were stuck on. I would just try to plant the seeds and, help them get past that fear almost. And so now when I think it is very important to think about the risks, and, I try to, in general, with digital asset treasuries, I try to protect people from paying, widely exorbitant prices and multiples on the MNEV 5, 10, 20 times, things that are going to be very hard for the companies to actually grow into, right? And deliver value when someone's paying that much of a premium. And so with this, look, like I think all exchanges, even, Coinbase has battled with the regulators in the US. So I think, regulatory risks for any chain that has relations with exchanges is always a risk. I do think, the overall market volatility is a risk and something I pay attention to. I think one thing that helps me get around that, like I kind of developed this thesis and it's expanded, that I really think like over the next year, 100 to 200 billion of capital is going to flow into the crypto markets through these digital asset treasuries and through the public markets. And so even if the market dips and we see a big sell-off 1 month to the next, or maybe people just get scared by regulatory backlash, well, maybe that means next month in the US, we only see 0 to 5 billion raised in digital asset treasuries. But you know what? The next month it'll be back to 10 or 15. And if the US is slow for a couple of months, well, then we're going to see Japan, Korea, China, Poland, other markets you wouldn't expect around the world, right? The UAE immediately open up, and all of a sudden you'll be surprised. Wait, how did they just raise 1 to 5 billion there? This one individual company, or this, seeing a couple of companies in one market. So I think it's important to pay attention to the risks, and but I do think, I remain optimistic about, kind of the next 6, 12 months particularly, and I think the longer time frame as well.
Well, right now it seems like you've certainly done the part of innovation where you've got to hit kind of your right moment in time, right? Like BNB is on its way up. Treasury strategy with Michael Saylor is a major concern. A lot of people are getting on board with that. So there seems to be a lot of heat behind this idea. I'd love to see how this works out and how big this gets for you. And maybe you can help usher in that altcoin season that I've been waiting for all year. We'd love to see it.
When alt season, I'm right there with you.
All right. It's been great having you on, David. Please come back. It's been great speaking to you.
Thanks, you as well. Thank you, Justin.
All right, perfect. So great having David on. I think that's a really cool thing. And obviously, folks, look out for this. More ETF applications, more treasury strategies. one thing that Web3 does very, very well is iterate, right? And if there's going to be somebody who's willing to do the treasury strategy, accumulating BTC like Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy, which has actually changed their name to Strategy, but then it becomes the strategy, which is, annoying to say on air. But so everybody still calls the MicroStrategy, but that's okay. I still call X Twitter. So it is an awfully auspicious time to be doing this. I think it's very interesting to see how that'll go and if that'll affect the overall perception of coins that have utility, that have networks behind them. Certainly BNB is a very professional outlet. Dealing with them is like dealing with any other billion-dollar tech company. And I can say that without calling anybody out specifically, if you deal with like major NFT projects and major meme coin projects, even when they are at the $1 billion mark, there's not always the same sense of corporate structure. So I do believe that I've always believed that BNB is there and with it ready to promote to their user audience and ready to promote to developers. And so that's a very good thing. They've been at it hard for several years, been hearing them ever since launch. So it'll be really interesting to see where David's fund goes. I think that's a very cool thing. But we're going to be coming back to you talking a little bit more about Project Crypto. Of course, it's got this enigmatic name. I'm sure that somebody within the administration came up with to be exciting. We have Dominic Ryder, founder of Alvera Protocol, Michał Pospieszalski from CEO of American Fortress. I'm sorry if I screwed that pronunciation up a little bit. And Brett Wags, co-founder of Goat Network. So we're going to talk to them a little bit about how Project Crypto is going to be impacting them. But first, we are going to cut away to a commercial, and we'll be back with you in just a minute.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy. Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're here to talk more about Project Crypto. Very exciting and enigmatic. So let's go ahead and get Michał up here. Let's get Dominic up here, and let's get Brett up here as well. Hello, gentlemen. How are you today?
Doing great.
Fantastic. Very good. Thanks, you.
Good. Great to have you on board today. So how positive are we feeling right now? I'll go over to you, Dominic. We've got Project Crypto going on. We've got a lot of very nice things being said about crypto overall by the administration. A little slower with the follow-up for actual regulatory structure. How bullish are we feeling on Project Crypto as a builder?
Well, it wouldn't be like politicians to say something and not follow through on it, would it? I mean, we can't doubt the fact that it has helped. I know there were a lot of people complaining at the start of the year with plenty of memes about we're doing nothing but winning when the market wasn't. But we seem to have come full circle on that, especially if you look at Ethereum. I think people hadn't fully priced in
Right.
the effect of the stablecoin legislation, especially on Ethereum. I think it even took me by surprise somewhat, seeing the run up and it not stopping until a little pullback today. But you know, all publicity is good publicity, and all references, all talking about, even if the end promises aren't